Chapter 381, Did They Take Drugs? Chapter 381, Did They Take Drugs? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Fellow Daoist, you've got the wrong person, Fairy Lychee replied subconsciously. I'm not Immortal Master Copper Trigram, I'm Fairy Lychee. At the time, when her teacher gave her this Dao name, she felt very ashamed whenever someone called her by that name. But after hearing it for a long time, she got used to it. If she was called Lychee, then so be it. At least, it was much better than her junior sister's name, Fairy Nectarine. Fairy Lychee? Aha waha. Deng Yima started to laugh. I didn't think you would refuse to acknowledge your own Dao name. Anyway, why didn't you call yourself Fairy Cherry while you were at it? And if you're Fairy Lychee, I'm Daoist Priest Pineapple. Fairy Cherry is my junior sister, and Daoist Priest Pineapple is my senior brother, Fairy Lychee calmly replied. Deng Yima. Soon after, he flew into a rage and said, even now, you still dare to make fun of me. Fairy Copper Trigram, you're a shameless and mean person. Fairy Copper Trigram because they were currently a beautiful fairy maiden. That goes without saying. Copper Trigram is a mean and shameless fellow. An extremely evil bastard. The nearby Northern River's loose cultivator swiftly approved. Then, he also added, however, you've indeed got the wrong person, fellow Daoist. The person before your eyes has nothing to do with that Copper Trigram scum. The name of this fairy maiden is really Lychee. As for why you confused her for Copper Trigram, it should be because that degenerate assumed her appearance while performing divination for you. Is that correct? After seeing Deng Yima call Fairy Lychee the Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Northern River's loose cultivator guessed what might have happened. He was sure that that bastard assumed Fairy Lychee's appearance and performed some trashy divination, getting a lot of bad karma. Although the world was big, it just so happened that one of the clients of the shady fortune teller ended up finding Fairy Lychee. Assumed her appearance? Deng Yima opened his eyes wide. Indeed. That degenerate is an expert at changing his appearance. If he were to assume someone's identity, I too would find it very difficult to recognize him, Northern River's loose cultivator replied. Now then, Copper Trigram unexpectedly assumed the appearance of a fellow Daoist from the group to do his deeds. Does it mean that he went around performing trashy divinations with my appearance too? In the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, the relationship between Copper Trigram and Northern River was pretty bad. Given Copper Trigram's shameless disposition, it wouldn't be strange if he had performed countless wicked divinations with Northern River's appearance. It was simply a fearful matter. Ahaha! Deng Yima madly laughed. Next, he muttered, since he swore that his divination was correct, I squandered my whole family property and rushed into the Black Tiger secret realm, even my lifebound flying sword got destroyed there. I did all that to obtain enough resources to break through. But I didn't think that all I would get were 6 semi-worthless items of not too high value. Now, I can't even use my real flying sword while going out. It was really an awful experience. When they heard Deng Yima's words, the people from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group blushed out of shame. If that shady fortune teller got captured by the clients he swindled and was beaten half to death, all the people in the group would surely cheer. His divinations were simply too wicked, who knew how many people he had ruined already? And now, you're telling me that it wasn't even Copper Trigram's real appearance? Aha! Deng Yima strangely laughed. It seemed there was something wrong with him. Fellow Daoist, restrain your grief. Northern River's loose cultivator patted his chest and said, how about waiting for a month? After a month, I'll capture that shady fellow and bring him in front of you so that you can ruthlessly beat him. Moreover, you can also ask him to compensate you for the losses he caused. Right now, giving Copper Trigram a good beating was the thing Northern River's loose cultivator wanted to do the most. Ahaha, restrain my grief? Deng Yima clenched his teeth and continued, changing appearances. Fairy Lychee? Do you think you can easily hoodwink me just because I don't look too clever? Eat one of these pellets I found in the Black Tiger secret realm. Ah! While roaring, Deng Yima took out a 5-colored small pellet, throwing it toward Fairy Lychee. Northern River's loose cultivator said, he lost his mind. Even while facing so many spiritual emperors and true monarchs, this guy still decided to attack. The anger must have made him lose his mind. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, he thoroughly lost his mind. Anyway, everything we said is true. True Monarch Fallout echoed, some things can't be changed no matter how much we wish. The truth is often known only to a handful of people, and even if you were to spread it, no one would believe it. Just as they were discussing, the 5-colored pellet arrived in front of Fairy Lychee. Explode! Dengyima angrily roared. Slowing technique! This pellet was one of the treasures he found in the Black Tiger secret realm. He found 6 pellets in total and used one of them before. When he used that pellet, all living things in an area of 10 square meters around the pellet were subjected to a powerful slowing effect. Under the effects of that terrifying slowing effect, all actions were slowed down. When he tried it on a wild beast, the beast took 5 minutes just to raise its paw. The slowing effect could last up to 10 minutes, and he could do a lot of things in that time. Speaking of which, it was rather sad. The 6 pellets had very powerful effects, but they were useless to him. He exchanged his whole family property for these 6 pellets. And to get a brand new lifebound flying sword, he was forced to complete all the assignments of the sect and save spirit stones little by little. Moreover, since he used one of those pellets earlier, there were only 5 left. He wanted to sell the remaining ones in exchange for spirit stones, but he was unable to carry out the transaction. His plan was to sell them at a high price, but no one was willing to buy them. As for selling them at a low price, he was the one not willing. After all, they exchanged his whole family property for these 5 pellets. F*CK. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and decided to keep them for himself. Now, they had finally come in handy. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. However, Denyima's pellet didn't explode. The beautiful Fairy Lychee stretched out her hand and gently moved it. The aura of a 6th stage true monarch burst forth from her body. Soon after, a transparent and sparkling wall appeared in front of her. Reflecting crystal wall. A 6th stage true monarch. After the small pellet crashed against the transparent wall, it bounced back as though it had hit an extremely elastic material. Dengyima subconsciously dodged the incoming pellet. If the pellet were to hit him, and affected him with the slowing effect, he would be done for. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Whiz! The rebounded pellet brushed past Dengyima, finally crashing against the grievance settling platform. Luckily, the supervisors arranged a defensive barrier around the platform earlier. After the pellet crashed against the barrier, it splattered like an egg all over it. In the next moment, a strange mist came out of the pellet and shrouded the whole grievance settling platform. At the same time, true monarch Yellow Mountain vanished from where he was, appearing behind Dengyima. Afterward, he gently stretched his hand out and poked on the back of his neck. In the next moment, Dengyima opened his eyes wide and felt as though all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He fell to the ground with a boom. He defeated me with only one move, another true monarch? Fellow Daoist, you're too impulsive. Hence, I'll need to forcefully calm you down. True monarch Yellow Mountain said coolly. Dengyima stared at him, his eyes full of anger. Being impulsive will only bring you trouble, don't do something you might later regret, true monarch Yellow Mountain said slowly. Denyima's expression was as unyielding as before. Senior Yellow Mountain, what's the point of chit-chatting with him? Fairy Lychee stepped out of the crowd and stretched out her hand, grabbing Denyima's leg. Afterward, she dragged him amidst the camp of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Next, she beat him until his whole face was swollen. Dengyima screamed again and again. After she was done beating him, she said, "Now, why don't you try to recall the immortal Master Copper Trigram you met? Do you find any similarity with the current me?" Dengyima. The best way to deal with hot-blooded fellows is by giving them a good beating. They usually calm down after a few punches, Fairy Lychee said coldly. She had the face of someone that had experience in this field. Her fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces #1 group all forced a smile. Although Fairy Lychee was usually very cute, no one could stop her when she entered action. After all, she was someone that dared to go abroad alone to beat those scummy aboriginal deities. For now, be obedient and stay there. If you behave, I might bring you along to look for copper trigram, Fairy Lychee said coldly. That shady fortune teller actually dared to assume my appearance and perform trashy divinations all around, ruining my reputation. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, no one will be able to save you this time. All those that pose as someone else just to smear their reputation must die. On a side, the baboon-shaped thrice reckless Mad Saber felt somewhat uncomfortable. I didn't get infested by a monkey's lice, right? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Wait a moment. Something strange is happening on the grievance settling platform. Northern River's loose cultivator said at this time. The various fellow Taoists turned their heads around and looked at the bizarre scene occurring on the platform. The mist shrouding the platform had already disappeared. However, it seemed as though someone had pressed the fast-forward button on the grievance settling platform. The battle between Song Shuhang, who was transformed into Chu Chu, and Yi Tang had suddenly become spectacular. In the blink of an eye, Song Shuhang and Yi Tang exchanged more than 200 blows. They were both leaving behind several afterimages. Their speed was incredible. If the seniors from the 9 provinces #1 group weren't all powerful experts, they would have been confused too by this sudden change. On the platform, the sword and saber were continuously clashing, sending out metallic sounds. Movement techniques as well as saber and sword techniques were all pushed to the limit, allowing them to be all over the place. The radiance of the flaming saber was also frequently flashing. It felt like the battle between 2 third-stage battle kings. What's happening? Cave Lord Snow Wolf blinked a few times. Did Song Shuhang and Yi Tang take drugs to become so powerful? It's very strange. The two of them are showing such an astonishing speed, and yet, the supervisors of the platform are completely unmoved. It seems that the edge of the platform was affected by a strange magical technique. True Monarch Yellow Mountain held his chin and tried to guess, is this the effect of that strange pellet? But wasn't that Deng Yima talking about a slowing effect before throwing the pellet? Did he throw the wrong pellet? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382, Advancing to the Second Stage True Master Realm. Chapter 382, Advancing to the Second Stage True Master Realm. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Is it possible that Deng Yima threw an accelerating pellet instead of a slowing one? No, that's not it. If it was a simple accelerating effect, the two supervisors would have noticed something was amiss and stopped the battle. Right now, their eyes were gleaming, sizing up the two who were in the midst of fighting. They didn't seem to have the slightest intention to stop their exchange. It appeared that the two supervisors were also under the effects of the acceleration. On the grievance settling platform, the fight between Chu Chu and Yi Tang got more and more intense. In a mere second, the sword and the saber clashed more than 40 times. Unknowingly, they had been battling for more than 6 minutes. However, both parties did not seem exhausted even after fighting so fiercely. It looked as though they were engaging in a normal battle. If it was a mere accelerating technique, they would have exhausted their strength already, True Monarch Yellow Mountain thought to himself. This scene was indeed strange. True Monarch Yellow Mountain pinched his chin and pondered. If one wanted to replicate what was happening on the grievance settling platform, they would need to find a way to raise the speed of thought processes, reflexes, physical speed, and all the other abilities in one go. It almost felt as though time itself had accelerated. Wait a minute, time acceleration. It can't be, right? The technique unleashed by an ordinary pellet involves something as scary as time? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. On the grievance settling platform. Rolling Stone Sword. Yi Tang roared. His sword was akin to an unstoppable stone rolling in Chu Chu's direction. During the fight, he had already used 3 different sword techniques, each one stronger than the other. On the other side, Chu Chu only had the flaming saber. After tossing and turning, all she used was that ordinary saber technique. But what made Yi Tang feel like vomiting blood was that even though she was using only that flaming saber technique, he was unable to defeat her. On the contrary, he felt that she was getting stronger and stronger as the battle progressed. Wasn't she heavily wounded and able to battle only due to stimulating her potential? In that case, why did he feel that Chu Chu was absolutely fine and that she did not suffer any injury at all? Why was she getting more and more energetic as they continued fighting? Bang! The Rolling Stone sword was once again blocked by the flaming saber. Yi Tang felt the energy within his opponent's body surge. The strength and power behind her attacks only got stronger. Additionally, every time Chu Chu swung her saber, he faintly heard the cry of a whale. Was Chu Chu continuously getting stronger? In other words, was her power continuously recovering? Yi Tang clenched his teeth. He was a second stage true master himself, and yet he could not defeat Chu Chu, who was in the first stage Dragon Gate realm. Damn it, if she keeps restoring her strength, wouldn't she end up returning to the second stage realm? By then, wouldn't I lose for real? Moreover, both parties had already fought for nearly an hour, no? I can't let this drag on. I need to get rid of her in one go. This will be the last blow. Yi Tang shouted and abruptly leapt into the sky. While jumping, he seized the opportunity to gather all his true chi. Next, he decided to execute his strongest sword technique, the mountain-cutting sword technique, which could erupt with the gathered true chi in one go. The power it possessed would be more than double his usual power. This technique also boasted a powerful penetrating effect. Even if it was blocked, the true chi would be able to penetrate the opponent's body, causing internal injuries. Without a cultivation of the second stage realm, the opponent would be unable to block the true chi that penetrated his or her body. Mere chi and blood energy was of no use. This sword attack would decide victory or loss. At the same time, he gave Chu Chu a sidelong glance. How was she going to deal with his strongest attack? Even up to this point, she wasn't willing to draw her sword? Indeed, she wasn't. Chu Chu's hands held the treasured saber tightly, and flames started to burn on the blade of the saber once again. Perhaps because her power was gradually recovering, the flames on the saber no longer consisted in a thin and weak layer. Instead, they were raging and blazing. This time, it looked like a real flaming saber. However, an ordinary technique like the flaming saber would definitely be unable to contend against his next blow. He would be the winner of the first category of the grievance settling platform. Mountain cutting sword technique. Yi Tang roared. This time, he proudly shouted the name of his sword technique. He attacked Chu Chu with a power capable of destroying mountains. Chu Chu wasn't scared and continued to attack with her saber. Clang! The heavy and loud sound resembling that of a temple's bells resounded, traveling far into the distance. It was a lot louder than that of any of the blows they'd exchanged earlier. Ah! Yi Tang erupted with his whole strength and took advantage of the moment the saber and the sword collided to transform his true chi into sword chi, attempting to pour it inside Chu Chu's body. This sword chi would completely destroy her meridians, making her unable to fight. The chi and blood energy of a cultivator of the first stage was unable to resist the might of true chi. As expected, the moment Chu Chu blocked the mountain-cutting sword technique, her entire body stiffened. She furrowed her brows, and both her hands went numb. Thereafter, the treasured saber in her hands fell to the ground. It's over, Yi Tang said in a low voice as he exhaled a mouthful of bad air. Ultimately, he was the winner. But just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Chu Chu suddenly stomped on the ground. In the next moment, Chu Chu's small body had already appeared right before him. She attacked, and her fists were akin to a barrage of meteors bombarding his body. A whale's cry accompanied each fist. It was a combination of the basic fist number 2, meteor fist, and the huge whale's technique. Chu Chu's attack was sudden and explosive. Yi Tang had lowered his guard, and his body received every blow of the meteor fist at its full power. Every punch was akin to a metal hammer pounding on his body. Yi Tang cried out in pain and was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, there were fist marks all over his face and body. The power of the fists penetrated his body, injuring his internal organs. How can this be? How can you still move? The meridians in your body should have been destroyed by my sword Qi. Yi Tang clenched his teeth, staring at Chu Chu and wondering why she seemed unscathed. He had clearly poured the sword Qi and true Qi inside her body. Unless... Yi Tang widened his eyes. He saw that the Qi and blood energy on Chu Chu's body gradually dissipated, and substituting it was a huge amount of pure, true Qi. Her strength returned to the second stage realm? Chu Chu looked at him, wearing a peaceful smile on her face. When he was fighting against Yi Tang earlier, the seal of the Qi storage expanding technique engraved in his body by Senior White unknowingly started dissipating. During the battle, the Qi and blood energy in his 5 big apertures once again poured inside his Dantian. The embryonic form of the Dantian that got condensed during the previous time, when Xu Hang's promotion was forcefully stopped, was further expanded by the second wave of Qi and blood energy. Ultimately, all the Qi and blood energy within the Dantian transformed into a cyclone of true Qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383, Grandpa Chu. Chapter 383, Grandpa Chu. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. After the true Qi changed into a cyclone in his Dantian, it continuously revolved, tickling him. After each rotation, both the quality and the quantity of the true Qi in his Dantian would increase. Additionally, the Qi and blood energy in his 5 apertures was endlessly pouring into his Dantian as well, changing into true Qi. Unlike Qi and blood, which was illusory, true Qi was a material entity. The cultivator could directly perceive its existence through the senses, and if Xu Hang were to stretch out his hand and feel his abdomen, he would feel the vibration caused by the rotating true Qi. Aside from opening his Dantian and giving rise to that cyclone of true Qi, during the previous battle, Song Xu Hang continuously used the revised version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique Venerable White gave him. After the usage of the huge whales technique, a very special true Qi condensed in his Dantian. This true Qi had the shape of a needle and stood still in the center of the cyclone of true Qi. It was the embryonic form of the pseudo-innate true Qi. As long as Song Xu Hang diligently developed it during the second stage realm, it would greatly help him until he reached the 4th stage innate realm. With the help of this pseudo-innate true Qi, he would be able to keep up with those elite disciples from big schools and sects. Your strength was restored to the 2nd stage realm? Yi Tang asked as he lay on the ground, tightly grabbing his sword with an unyielding expression. Chu Chu faintly smiled at him. Her mood seemed quite good at this time. Yi Tang struggled to get up, but it was all useless. With that final sword attack, he consumed a lot of his stamina and true Qi. Afterward, he also received a powerful blow in the face from Chu Chu. He didn't have any strength left. Therefore, he unwillingly closed his eyes. It was his loss. Although he held the upper hand, he still managed to lose this battle where he was supposed to win easily. The winner of the first category of the grievance settling platform is the Chu family, the supervisor of the platform said in a grave tone with both hands placed on the sword. Chu Chu heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Since she was wearing a skirt, whenever the strong wind caused by the sword Qi swept over, she felt a cool feeling down there. Moreover, she couldn't even raise her legs to use powerful kicks. Otherwise, she would get exposed. But now, she wouldn't have to worry about the damned skirt, the cool feeling, or about being exposed anymore. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Off the grievance settling platform. Northern River's loose cultivator said, the strange power permeating the grievance settling platform disappeared. It seems that the effect of the pellet came to an end. It lasted for around 10 minutes, Fairy Lychee added. The effects of the magical technique unleashed by the pellet lasted for quite some time. It wasn't an ordinary speed accelerating technique, right? True Monarch White Crane interjected. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple confirmed, yeah, its effect was just too comprehensive. To replicate what happened on the platform earlier, you would need to fuse several types of magical techniques. Senior Yellow Mountain, what do you think? Since Venerable White had carried Song Shuhang away and had yet to return, True Monarch Yellow Mountain was the strongest and the most experienced amongst the members of the group present here. True Monarch Yellow Mountain held his chin and said, I have something in mind, but I'm not sure how accurate my guess is. Stupid Yellow Mountain is trying to act all mysterious, woof. Dudu interrupted him and conveniently reminded him of his existence. True Monarch Yellow Mountain glanced at Dudu and laughed. Dudu's body immediately stiffened. Yellow Mountain's smile really scared the sheet out of him. Damn it, Yellow Mountain unexpectedly got me by the balls. True Monarch Yellow Mountain stopped acting mysterious and replied, the technique we saw earlier might be related to time, but further research is required to confirm this theory and discover the details. After our little friend gets off the platform, we can ask him what he experienced over there and make a few hypotheses out of it. Time? The fellow Taoists from the 9 Provinces #1 group revealed surprised expressions on their faces. If they were really related to time, the value of those pellets was immeasurable. Little friend Shuhang finally ended the battle. He was able to fight against someone of the second stage with the strength of the first stage Dragon Gate realm, and in the end, he even turned the tide and won the match. It seemed he had a few tricks up his sleeve, huh? Thrice reckless Mad Saber was sighing with emotion when he opened his eyes wide. Halfway through his speech, his eyes widened, and he stubbornly stared at Chu-Chu-O on the platform. Am I seeing things? He is unexpectedly a second stage true master realm? Thrice Reckless didn't dare to believe his eyes. Wasn't a cultivator of the first stage supposed to jump through the Dragon Gate before advancing to the second stage? What happened on the grievance settling platform earlier? He became a true master in the middle of the battle? Since he didn't think that Shuhang would suddenly advance in realm, Thrice Reckless didn't keep a close watch on his cultivation realm. Only after the 2 contestants separated and the battle ended did he notice that Song Shuhang's aura had changed. Northern River, who was currently sipping his tea, also stared at Song Shuhang, spurting everything out. He really advanced to the second stage realm. Cave Lord Snow Wolf said. Eh? You noticed it just now? I thought you noticed it earlier, but didn't bring it up intentionally, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said at this time. I've been paying attention to his conditions all along. Just as they were battling, the chi and blood in his 5 apertures poured inside his dantian. Then, it changed into a cyclone, making him successfully advance to the second stage. He didn't jump through the Dragon Gate? Northern River's loose cultivator asked. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple shook his head and said, he didn't. He advanced to the second stage directly. Did we just spectate a live cheating session? Northern River's loose cultivator wondered aloud. Is it possible that Senior White discovered a method to let people advance to the second stage without having them jump through the Dragon Gate? How can such a fearful method exist? If that's the case, I immediately want to become Venerable White's disciple and act like those cute novice Taoists. My heart is aching. At the time, I had to go through a lot of hardships to jump through the Dragon Gate. Stop creating unnecessary confusion. It's probably nothing so exaggerated, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said. I think it might be the chi storage expanding technique. As expected of Yellow Mountain. He was knowledgeable as well as a fast thinker. The eyes of the other members immediately lit up. They almost forgot about the chi storage expanding technique. The chi storage expanding technique? Such being the case, little friend Shuhang had already advanced to the second stage, right? Northern River's loose cultivator muttered. As expected, he still cheated. As expected, I still need to ask Senior White if there is some place left on his thigh so that I can climb on it. While I'm at it, I might as well ask Senior White if he's in need of a disciple. As expected, I'll still need to ask Venerable White if he lacks someone to warm his bed. True Monarch White Crane said at this time. All the members of the group turned their heads and stared at True Monarch White Crane speechlessly. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. When the nearby disciples of the Chu family saw Senior Sister Chu Chu's mighty attack that sent Yi Tang flying, they immediately burst into cheers. At the same time, the expressions of the disciples of the illusory sword school turned ugly. Things were changing too quickly. A moment ago, it felt as though Yi Tang was about to win. But then, the tide turned and he lost. What was wrong with these sudden changes? They were enough to give someone a heart attack. The school head of the illusory sword school clenched his fists. Now that they had lost the first category, they would have to fight it out in the third category. Such being the case, it was time to ask the strongest elder of the illusory sword school to enter the action. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the Chu family. Although they lost the second category earlier, Chu Chu gave her all and finally obtained victory in the first category. The news quickly reached the members of the clan. After hearing about Chu Chu's victory, the members of the Chu family relaxed a bit, but they couldn't cheer up yet. A loss and a win. In other words, there was still one last category left, the third category. In this category, both parties would send their strongest cultivator to decide the victor. The strongest member of the Chu family was its leader, a cultivator of the third stage realm. While the strongest member of the illusory sword school was an elder of the fourth stage that could ride a flying sword. Unless the lifespan of that elder suddenly was exhausted and he died, there was no way the Chu family would be able to win. The members of the Chu family were discussing the topic amongst themselves. On a hospital bed, Chu Xiong from the furious Buddhist sect, who was bitten until gravely injured, clenched his fists tightly. If he hadn't lost earlier, the Chu family would have obtained 2 consecutive victories and wouldn't need to participate in the upcoming battle. It was due to him being so weak that the Chu family was now in a hopeless situation. At this time, did they still have any hope of winning? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In front of the grievance settling platform. Chu Chu picked up her treasured saber and slowly descended from the platform. The leader of the Chu family took a step forward and said solemnly, "Good girl, you did well. Now, rest and try to recover from your injuries. Leave everything else to me." Chu Chu nodded and faintly smiled at the family leader. Being called a good girl made Shu Han's heart twitch in pain. After Chu Chu left the platform, the people of the illusory sword school propped Yi Tang up and brought him off the stage as well. The 2 supervisors adjusted the strength of the barrier for the final battle. Since a cultivator of the 4th stage would participate in the upcoming battle, they needed to strengthen the barrier. Before the platform, the leader of the Chu family clenched his fists tightly. It was the final battle, and regardless of victory and defeat, he couldn't lose to the illusory sword school in imposing manner. But right at this time, his phone rang. When he looked at the phone and saw who the caller was, his hand stiffened. "Grandfather," the family leader said in a low voice after picking up the call. Over 20 years ago, the grandfather of the family leader was on a trip outside when he returned to the Chu family gravely injured. Since that moment, he continuously stayed in secluded meditation, his life and death unknown. The family leader didn't expect to get a call from him at such a critical moment. "Don't worry and leave the last battle to me." A dignified voice was transmitted from the other end. "Grandfather, your injury." The family leader seemed somewhat reluctant. "My injury has recovered for the greater part. Moreover, it's time to take a stroll outside." The dignified voice continued, "Send me the coordinates of the platform, I'll head over there immediately." "Grandfather, in that case, try not to force yourself beyond your limits." The family leader heaved a sigh and sent the coordinates of the platform to his grandfather. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the next moment, a sword light drilled out of the territory of the Chu family, heading toward the grievance settling platform. A dignified man wearing a scholar's cap and a scholar's dress was standing on the sword light. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Soon after the man left, a member of the Chu family quietly took his phone and made a call. "Mister, that old fogey just left." "Good, get ready to enter into action." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384, Where did Senior White go? Chapter 384, Where did Senior White go? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. After getting off the platform, Song Shuhang quickly passed through the camp of the Chu family. In the meanwhile, several seniors from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group winked at Chu Chu and smugly smiled. Song Shuhang looked at them and forced a smile. Seniors, your image. You have to pay attention to your image. A while back, when he first came in contact with the seniors from the group, he felt that they were completely different from the immortals in his imagination. At the time, he was wondering whether he was the one misunderstanding things, because it was impossible for cultivators to be like that. Afterward, when he became more familiar with them, the idea of cultivators he had in mind was thoroughly destroyed. The picture of celestial immortals and beautiful fairy maidens elegantly flying in the sky without a care for mundane affairs existed only in his imagination. When he saw the seniors wink at him smugly, he remembered that he was wearing girls' clothes. Given their disposition, he was sure that nothing good would come out of it. Shuhang, the black skirt you wore earlier really suited you. Song Shuhang was wondering when such a message would appear amidst the chat logs of the group chat. He was afraid to imagine what would happen in the next days. After forcing a smile, Chu Chu waved at the cheering disciples of the Chu family. Afterward, she quickly headed toward the rear of the camp, where the tent was situated. Venerable White and the real Chu Chu were still there, waiting for his return. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After arriving before the tent, Song Shuhang discovered that Softfeather was standing at the entrance, lost in thoughts. Softfeather, what are you doing here? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and waved as a habit. But when he spoke, he used the charming voice of a girl to do so. This was why he refused to speak earlier. Venerable White made thorough preparations and even changed his voice. But just the thought of using a girl's voice to speak made Shuhang feel unwell. If people considered Immortal Master Copper Trigram's disguising technique high level, Song Shuhang felt that Venerable White wasn't too far behind. Copper Trigram specialized in disguising himself because he was often chased after performing those wicked divinations, but what about Venerable White? Why was he so good at using disguising techniques? Was it an innate talent? Softfeather turned her head around and looked at Chu Chu in puzzlement. Afterward, she said, "You're... Oh, right. You're Miss Chu Chu." Song Shuhang. After faintly sighing, in a low voice so that only Softfeather could hear him, he said, "It's me, Song Shuhang." Eh? Softfeather exclaimed in surprise. "Let's go inside." Song Shuhang grabbed Softfeather's hand and entered the tent. After opening the tent, Song Shuhang saw that there was a stretch of yellow sand inside. The floor of the tent had changed into sand. However, Venerable White and the real Chu Chu were nowhere to be found. Eh? Where is Senior White? Song Shuhang looked at Softfeather in puzzlement. Speaking of which, Softfeather's legs were really long. Even if he was Chu Chu's carbon copy right now, he discovered that Softfeather's legs arrived at his waist when she was standing up, their height being about the same. F***CK, why the hell am I thinking about this nonsense right now? Eh? Senior White disappeared? Softfeather called out in alarm. She had been waiting outside the tent for Senior White to come out this whole time. But when she peeked inside the tent, she only saw a stretch of yellow sand. Hence, she believed that Senior White activated the illusory reality and didn't enter. Senior White didn't come out of the tent? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. No, I've been waiting for the whole time here for Senior White and Senior Song to come out, but in the end, only Miss Chu Chu came out. By the way, Senior Song, why did you assume Chu Chu's appearance? Soon after, she blinked and her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, I understand. Senior Song must have had my same idea. You replaced Miss Chu Chu and participated in the battle in her stead, right? Correct. Song Shuhang deeply sighed. After searching in the tent for a while, he didn't find his old clothes. How could he change into his original form if he didn't have his clothes? He absolutely didn't want to change back into his original form while wearing a black skirt. He wasn't a pervert. Senior Song, what are you looking for? Soft Feather asked. My clothes. While taking away the real Choo Choo, Senior White conveniently took my clothes as well. Song Shuhang sighed. Soft Feather silently nodded. Then, she shot a glance at Song Shuhang, who now had Choo Choo's appearance, and decided to thoughtfully let him keep the shape-shifting brooch for now. Song Shuhang suddenly said, let's go look for Venerable White. And where should we look for him? Soft Feather asked out of curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang replied, in the Choo family. After thinking about it, the only place where Venerable White could be was that mysterious secret room in the depths of the Choo family. In the surrounding area, only that place could pique Senior White's interest. Good, I'll show the way. I know where the Choo family is located. Soft Feather volunteered. Let's go. Song Shuhang said. Then, the duo left the tent and quickly headed toward the location of the Choo family. As for the seniors of the 9 provinces No. 1 group, they were ignored and left to dry in the sun next to the grievance settling platform. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Before the grievance settling platform, the 2 supervisors rearranged the strengthened barrier around the platform. The match of the last category was about to begin. At this time, a sword light rapidly approached the airspace of the Illusory Sword School's camp, descending next to Xu Zheng. The man riding the sword light had white hair and lot of wrinkles on his face. It was precisely that 4th stage elder of the Illusory Sword School, Zhen Yuanhai. As a cultivator of the 4th stage, Zhen Yuanhai should have had a life expectancy of 550 to 600 years. However, Zhen Yuanhai repeatedly used a mysterious technique to stimulate his latent capacity and obtain explosive power when he was young and roaming the world. Therefore, although he was only around 300 years, his life force was already exhausted, and he looked very old. Elder Zhen, you're finally here. Xu Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down as soon as he saw the elder arrive. When he saw Xu Zheng's appearance, Zhen Yuanhai got a scare. What was the deal with this pig-like appearance? Luckily, Xu Zheng's aura was still the same. Otherwise, he would have already cut down this humanoid pig with his sword. Hence, he asked, Xu Zheng, what's the deal with your appearance? Xu Zheng forced a smile and explained to the elder what happened. Zhen Yuanhai's complexion got more and more ugly as he listened to the story. Then he nodded and looked at the 2 spiritual emperors that had now pulled some distance between them and the Illusory Sword School. Outsiders were outsiders. It was unlikely that they would put their life at risk for the Illusory Sword School. Next, he shot a glance at the camp of the Choo family. Oh my! Zhen Yuanhui inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Those almost 50 spiritual emperors sitting in a row thoroughly shocked him. Since when had spiritual emperors become common to the point that even the Choo family could invite 50 of them to boost their morale? And amongst them, there seemed to be some people with immeasurable strength, whose level was even above to that of spiritual emperors. Zhen Yuanhai felt his scalp go numb. How was the Choo family able to invite so many monsters? Had they known that the Choo family could invite so many powerful cultivators earlier, the Illusory Sword School would have never dared to pick a fight with them. Actually, it didn't even matter if these spiritual emperors had come here only for a stroll or not. After all, they had willingly come from thousands of miles away just to spectate the matches taking place on the grievance settling platform. What if they had a sudden change of mood and decided to side with the Choo family, conveniently destroying a small faction like the Illusory Sword School in the process? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Since they had chosen this road, they could only walk it till the end. They had already thoroughly offended the Choo family, hence, they might as well secure their victory in the 3rd category. Then, as the winner of the grievance settling platform, they could ask the Choo family to hand over a copy of the sword technique. At this time, they didn't dare to ask for the original version, a copy was more than enough. In the worst case, they could just change the location of their school. As long as they had that sword technique, they could try to reach the 5th stage realm. Only those that dared to brave risks would reap the benefits. After thinking this much, a firm expression appeared in Jian Yuanhai's eyes. He wanted to win the last category of the grievance settling platform. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just as Jian Yuanhai was in deep thoughts, a sword light also approached the camp of the Chu family. The sword light descended next to the leader of the Chu family. After it descended, a dignified man wearing a scholar's cap and scholar's clothes stepped down from the sword. The complexion of this man was somewhat pale, as though he hadn't seen the sun for quite some time. He looked like someone that had yet to completely recover from a serious illness. Someone that can ride a flying sword? The disciples of the Chu family curiously looked at this man wearing scholar's clothes that had appeared out of nowhere. None of them recognized him. However, they felt that the facial features of this man were very similar to those of the leader of the Chu family. Was he also a person of the Chu family? If he was a member of the Chu family, he was at least a cultivator of the 4th stage, since he could ride a flying sword. Grandfather! The family leader rushed toward the man. After his grandfather was seriously injured 20 years ago, it was his first time coming out of secluded meditation. Grandfather? Is this the grandfather of the family leader? As expected, he was a member of the Chu family. The people of the Chu family had again found hope. They still had an opportunity to win the last category of the grievance settling platform. At the same time, some senior members of the Chu family suddenly recalled a certain matter. 100 years ago, a senior of the Chu family brought a sword technique back to the clan. That senior also said that the sword technique could potentially let the user reach the 5th stage Golden Core realm. After carefully recalling this fact, they felt that the person that brought the sword technique back was precisely the grandfather of the family leader. After bringing back the sword technique, the grandfather of the family leader left the clan once more to roam the world. No one heard of him afterward. They didn't expect that he was still alive. This was a really pleasant surprise. The grandfather smiled and nodded at the family leader. Afterward, he shot a glance at the camps of the Illusory Sword School and Chu family. In the next moment, he saw the powerhouses from the 9 provinces #1 group sitting in a row. Since he flew over here in a hurry, he didn't properly pay attention to his camp earlier. Only now did he see the shocking lineup that had gathered in his own camp. Truly a dazzling view. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, Where did Song Shuhang go? Chapter 385, Where did Song Shuhang go? Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. What a grand lineup! Given his cultivation, the grandfather could easily see a huge amount of spiritual energy fluctuating and forming an enormous cyclone of spiritual energy on top of the heads of cultivators seated in rows. The spiritual energy within a radius of 50 kilometers was forcefully pulled in by the cyclone. Ultimately, it was channeled into the bodies of those cultivators. It was a shocking lineup. It probably had enough power to attack some big sects. Wenyang, who are these seniors? Asked the grandfather in a slow voice. Wenyang was the name of the Chu family's leader. Grandfather, these should be the friends of little Chu Chu. The family leader Chu Wenyang was not certain, speaking of which, where did she go after she finished her battle? And also, what did Chu Chu actually experience during the period of time she was venturing outside that she got acquainted with so many powerful seniors? The grandfather nodded, sheathing his flying sword at his waist. Thereafter, he tidied up his appearance before going over to the cultivators of the 9 provinces #1 group. I'm Chu family's Chu Kangbua, pleasure to meet fellow Taoists and seniors. The grandfather of the family leader bowed. From the way he dressed, it could be seen that he was a scholar in the past. As far as manners and courtesy were concerned, he nailed it all. Hello, fellow Daoist Chu. Most of the cultivators of the 9 provinces #1 group smiled and returned the bow. However, Chu Kangbua's strength truly startled them. A 5th stage Golden Core Spiritual Emperor. Even if the rank of his golden core wasn't high, at most 2 or 3 dragon patterns, he was still a genuine 5th stage spiritual emperor. A small faction like the Chu family actually had a spiritual emperor within their ranks. He should have had a very lucky encounter to have reached this stage. With a spiritual emperor around, there was absolutely no suspense for the last round of the grievance settling platform. The difference between the 4th and 5th stage was a big qualitative change. After the end of the battle, you're all welcome to my residence to have a drink together. Chu Kangwa was polite and thoughtful, and when he spoke, he looked like a pedantic scholar. The fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces number 1 group smiled in response. Most of them had lived longer than Chu Kangwa, and if we were talking about being pedantic, they were probably worse than Chu Kangwa. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. On the other side, Elder Jian Yuan Hai of the Illusory Sword sect was completely dumbfounded. This member of the Chu family that came from nowhere was a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Was this the same Chu family he knew? It was completely different from the intel they received. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just as the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group and Chu Kangwa were talking, 2 figures approached the grievance settling platform from afar. One of the figures was standing with his hands behind his back, and the other figure was supported by the flying sword. They were Venerable White and Chu Chu. Senior White. When all the fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces number 1 group saw Venerable White, they immediately got up and greeted him loudly and saluted. They were afraid that if their salutations were a tad slower, Venerable White might remember them. At that point, it'd be over for them. Venerable White smiled and nodded. After his eye scanned the crowd, he asked, "Where did Shu Hang go?" Previously, when Miss Chu Chu was in the tent, she wanted to solve a physiological issue. After all, Chu Chu was only a 2nd stage cultivator, and she had not reached the realm where she could live without eating or drinking. In certain aspects, she was pretty much the same as ordinary human beings. But on the outside, Song Shuhang had changed into her appearance to participate in the battle on the grievance settling platform. Hence, she couldn't openly get out of the tent. Moreover, she could not heed the call of nature on the spot in the tent. At last, Venerable White used an invisible technique and secretly brought Chu Chu to a nearby location to let her take care of it. Sometimes, women were more troublesome than men. And when Venerable White brought Chu Chu back, he realized that the battle on the grievance settling platform had ended and Song Shuhang was nowhere to be found. Where did Song Shuhang run off to in that short instant? At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator answered, "Senior White. After the end of the 2nd category of grievance settling platform, little friend Shuhang headed toward the rear to look for you. Afterward, I saw him secretly leave with Soft Feather. I'm not sure where they disappeared to." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber immediately commented, "It's good to be young." All those present threw glances at Thrice Reckless. If Venerable Spirit Butterfly were to hear those words, Thrice Reckless would be done for. Oh. Venerable White nodded. Since he left with Soft Feather, then he didn't have to worry about Song Shuhang getting lost. After the end of this battle, he would bring Song Shuhang to the hidden room in the Chu family and settle the karma with Li Tiansu's from before. Then, this whole matter regarding the Chu family would finally come to an end. After that, Venerable planned to tell everyone that he wanted to organize a hand-guided tractor competition. As he was thinking, Venerable waved his fingers, and the flying sword landed, placing the heavily wounded Chu Chu on the ground. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Chu Kangwa also looked at Venerable White. This senior sure looked very pretty, making it hard for people to move their eyes off him. It wasn't that. He meant that the aura of this senior was practically as vast as the sky. With his cultivation level of the 5th stage, he could not even tell what the realm of this senior was. He had no idea which terrifying level his strength had reached. Chu Kangwa is honored to meet you, senior. I am extremely grateful that you took care of our descendant. Chu Kangwa made a 90-degree bow toward Senior White. Chu Chu was also quite lucky that she could actually get acquainted with such a powerful senior. Her future would definitely be better than his. Venerable White smiled at Chu Kangwa and said, "It was a slight effort, please do not stand on ceremony." After he completed his sentence, Venerable White went to the area between the Chu family and the Illusory Sword sect's camps once again and reached out his hand to pull out the missile from the ground. With just one hand, the enormous and heavy missile was picked up. Next, Venerable White carried the missile back to the Chu family's camp with one hand. There was one more category left to fight on the platform, and since he was free, he wanted to disassemble the missile and learn about its internal structure. Perhaps it could give him some inspiration to create a new edition of the disposable flying sword. When the disciples of the Chu family saw the powerful senior carry the missile, they immediately swallowed their saliva. Each and every one of them subconsciously retreated a couple of steps back. The members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group broke out in a cold sweat. Chu Kangbo was puzzled. Was the weapon in the senior's hand real? What was he planning to do? Just as Chu Kangbo was pondering, the supervisor on the grievance settling platform called out, "The last category of grievance settling platform shall begin." Illusory Sword sect's Jian Yuanhai stepped onto the platform. The grandfather of the Chu family's leader, Chu Kangbo, also stepped onto the platform. This was the battle that would decide the fate of both parties. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Chu family, without any warning, thin smoke engulfed the core region of the Chu family. In the core region, all the Chu family's disciples who inhaled the smoke fell to the ground and became unconscious. A moment later, 2 disciples holding a pearl in their mouths quietly appeared in the area. Behind them, 10 figures appeared one after another. The person leading them was a man dressed like a teacher from ancient times. He was fanning himself with a folded fan, wearing a confident smile on his face. Behind him, there were 4 servants, carrying scrolls in their hands and painting brushes on their backs. And after them, there were 5 strange men. They were rather big-sized, but they weren't the obese type. The 5 men were wearing black clothes and masks that only revealed their eyes. But this wasn't the strange part. The strange part was that sharp black needles were sticking out from their headgear. Not only on their heads, but there were also black needles sticking out from the sides of their bodies. There was also a thin layer of monster chi on their bodies. Mr. Right in the front is the entrance to the hidden room. However, the key is carried by the family leader, and we were unable to get it. Additionally, there is a defensive formation set up at the entrance, so even if we had the key, we would be unable to get in, said the 2 disciples of the Chu family. Don't worry about it, you guys did well. After this ends, both of you will have a share in glory and wealth. If you have the desire to join a stronger sect, we can help you achieve that. The Mr. waved his folded fan and smiled. We don't have much time. We managed to lure that old fellow out of the Chu residence with much difficulty, so we need to use our time wisely. After his speech, Mr. stepped forward and aimed the fan towards the keyhole of the hidden room's entrance. That Mr. barely moved, but the keyhole started turning. Just like that, the door to the hidden room actually got opened. Thereafter, that Mr. opened his folding fan and lightly tapped a couple of times at the empty space in front. Just like that, the defensive formation of the hidden room quietly undid itself. Such a technique that was able to undo restrictions was not much different from the well-known Penniless Thief sect's technique. After undoing the secret technique, the Mr. said to the 2 disciples of the Chu family, "Do you want to go in with us?" The 2 disciples nodded vigorously. Inside the hidden room lay the mysterious sword technique. After this, if they depended on the powerful memory all cultivators enjoyed and managed to memorize the sword technique, their future would definitely be bright. In that case, both of you please follow me. The Mr. smiled, and said to the strange 5 men decked in needles, "All of you keep a lookout nearby. If any of the Chu family members approach this area, get rid of them in an instant." Yes, the 5 strange men answered in a muffled voice. The sound of their voices was very strange, as though they were talking underwater. The Mr. nodded. Thereafter, he brought his 4 servants and the 2 disciples of the Chu family into the hidden room. When they entered the hidden room, the corners of his lips rose. The mysterious sword technique, he. This was not as simple as just a mysterious sword technique. There was a huge secret hidden within it. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The territory of the Chu family is in the front. The corners of Soft Feather's mouth rose, and she put away her phone. She had marked and saved the address of the Chu family residence on the map of her phone so there wouldn't be any hiccups or mistakes on their journey there. Song Shuhang looked ahead. The Chu family consisted of an ordinary small mountain village that was hidden deep within the mountains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, New. Chapter 386, New. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. When they approached the location of the Chu family, they found 2 clansmen guarding the entrance. Since Softfeather lived in the Chu family for the past few days, the clansman knew that she was Miss Chu Chunying's friend and let her pass. As for Song Shuhang, he asked, fellow Taoists, did you see a senior cultivator wearing white clothes and the talented Miss Chu Chu from your family come here earlier? The 2 guards scratched their heads in puzzlement and stared at Song Shuhang. Senior Sister Chu Chu, what are you talking about? You're indeed talented, but if you brag about it yourself, it's a bit embarrassing. Song Shuhang. F*CK, I forgot that I have Chu Chu's appearance right now. Anyway, from what the guard said, it seemed that Venerable White and Chu Chu didn't come here. Did Senior White conceal his aura and directly barged into the Chu family? Given Senior White's straightforward disposition, it was possible. Thereupon, Song Shuhang and Softfeather entered the territory of the Chu family together, heading toward the place Chu Chunying arranged for Softfeather to stay. On the road, they chatted about a few matters. Right, Softfeather. Did you receive a gift from Senior White earlier? Song Shuhang asked since he saw Venerable White write the words Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeather on one of the gifts. I didn't receive anything. Softfeather shook her head. Strange, Senior White clearly sent you a gift, Song Shuhang muttered. Then, he laughed and said, it's a good thing that you didn't receive it. Otherwise, you would have turned into a meteor like the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group did today, forming a meteor shower. Eh? Softfeather quickly turned her head and stared at Song Shuhang. Senior Song, did you just say that I was supposed to be part of that meteor shower? Correct. What an awful experience, by the way. Ascending to the sky with the coiling flight feature, flying with all kinds of weird and scary patterns, not to forget that meteor-like effect, as well that landing style you saw earlier. The seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group made several holes in the ground before the grievance settling platform due to that landing style. Moreover, I personally saw Senior 7 and Senior Copper Trigram ascend to the sky amidst blood-curdling screams, Song Shuhang said while still having a lingering fear. Coiling flight feature, weird flying patterns, meteor-like effect, explosive landing. Softfeather said softly. Soon after, she clenched her fists and said, just thinking about it, makes me feel excited. What? Song Shuhang thought he misheard. Damn it, why did all the seniors receive the gift when I didn't? I also wanted to coil my way toward the sky, fly with weird patterns, and change into a meteor. I was even prepared to go into space. Softfeather said with an aggrieved expression on her face as she poked her index fingers against each other. Song Shuhang. Originally, he thought that Softfeather was someone relatively normal amidst the 9 provinces #1 group and that her train of thought was on the same wavelength of his, but he didn't expect that she was actually the most abnormal one of all. While chatting, the duo headed toward the depths of the Chu family. The residence Chu Chunying arranged for Softfeather was precisely her own dwelling, which was situated in the inner part of the Chu family. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meanwhile, in front of the grievance settling platform, Elder Jian Yuanhai of the Illusory Sword School and Chu Kangwa from the Chu family were standing in front of each other. Jian Yuanhai was holding his sword tightly while staring at Chu Kangwa. His opponent seemed to be seriously injured, perhaps he still had a chance to win. Below the platform, the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group managed to stop Venerable White from disassembling the missile with much difficulty, promising him many things in exchange. For example, they promised they would let him visit some of their companies abroad that were manufacturing ammunition and the likes. Only then were they able to make Venerable White forget about the missile. Thereupon, since he had nothing to do, Venerable White borrowed Northern River's loose cultivator's laptop. Since he was the always online holy warrior of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, Northern River still had the laptop with him when he was called toward the sky and brought here. After borrowing the computer, Venerable White took out what resembled a USB flash drive made of wood and inserted it into the computer. After that, Venerable White swiftly moved his fingers and started to operate the laptop. The nearby Yellow Mountain, Lychee, Dudu, and Northern River decided to take a look at the screen, curious as to what Venerable White was doing. As soon as he saw the pictures on the screen, Dudu couldn't contain himself. PFFFFF tilde. On the screen, Venerable White opened several files one after another. There was the scene of True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple madly screaming while ascending to the sky, there were the blurred pictures of Fairy Lychee wearing nothing but a sexy nightgown, there was the scene where Fairy Dongfang was still dancing while she ascended to the sky, her expression both terrified and angry, there was the scene where Yellow Mountain was calmly holding his rice bowl while flying, as well as the scene of Cave Lord Snow Wolf bathing the small Snow Wolf. And next was the scene where he was shedding tears while spinning in the sky, the scene where Northern River's loose cultivator nasal mucus and saliva were spurting all over, as well as the scene where True Monarch White Crane was flying with its true form revealed, since it was quickly spinning while flying, its neck had tied itself like a knot. Then, there were some pictures where a stark-naked thrice reckless Mad Saber was tightly embracing Scholar Drunken XXX, unfortunately, the members of the group couldn't remember his name at the moment. The two of them were hugging each other while drilling through the ceiling of the immortal cave. Next was the scene where thrice reckless Mad Saber was tearing the clothes of the scholar while flying the sky with the windmill's flight pattern. This scene was so beautiful that it could permanently blind whoever saw it. Venerable White calmly dragged the pictures to the interface of an Animote generating program, pressing the confirmation button. Afterward, he chose each person's worst pictures, where they were scared the most and tears were flowing at high speed, and put them in the GIF generating program, pressing the confirmation button again. Senior White, don't do it! Thrice reckless Mad Saber roared. Senior White, don't do it! Scholar Drunken XXX also bellowed. Senior White, don't do it! Fairy Lychee pounced toward Senior White. Senior White, don't do it! Please, stop! Don't do it, stop! Senior White, stop! This was True Monarch White Crane's scream. That picture where its neck had twisted until becoming a fried dough twist was just too embarrassing. The camp of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group was immediately thrown into confusion. All the members of the group pounced toward Senior White, trying to steal the laptop and stop him from what he was doing. He. Venerable White turned his head around and coldly smiled at the fellow Taoists from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. They wanted to steal the laptop? In their dreams. After all, he was a 7th stage Venerable. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. A few seconds later, all the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Venerable White pressed the confirmation button with a content expression on his face. Then, he uploaded the expression compilation of his 50 fellow Taoists in the group space of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. This expression package is a bit too rough. Later, I must post on a specialized forum and have them beautify it a bit, Venerable White muttered. What? Senior White wanted to look for a specialized forum that would help him beautify the expression package? Wouldn't that mean that the expression package would spread from the group to the whole internet? They absolutely couldn't let that happen. It was too disgraceful. How could they show their faces around if the expression package were to spread in the entire world of cultivators? Senior White, you can simply let Soft Feather fix the expression package. She seems very skilled in this field. True Monarch Yellow Mountain stretched out his trembling hand and gave the thumbs up. At this time, he had no choice but to sell his teammates in order to save them. Venerable White held his chin and said, "All right, let's discuss it later." True Monarch Yellow Mountain's arm fell down weakly. "Brothers, I've done everything in my power." Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meanwhile, Song Shuhang and Soft Feather approached the core area of the Chu family. But right at this time, Soft Feather suddenly covered Song Shuhang's nose and mouth. Next, she quickly pulled him backward and retreated several meters before stopping. Soft Feather's strength was as incredible as always. Although he advanced to the second stage realm, Shuhang wasn't able to resist in the slightest and was easily pulled back. Did something happen? Song Shuhang asked with difficulty since Soft Feather was covering both his nose and mouth. There is a weird fog ahead. Even cultivators with their nose aperture open are unlikely to discover it. Not only that, even cultivators of the third stage would quickly faint after inhaling it. Luckily, my father trained me beforehand, and I'm thus very keen toward these things. Soft Feather furrowed her brows. If the daughter wanted to roam the world, a good father would train her to gain resistance against anesthetics and similar things. It was one of the most important things. For example, certain fathers would accompany their daughters for a drink to test their capacity for alcohol. The next day, they would gently remind the daughter, "Daughter, you shouldn't drink more than you can handle. Since daddy can't accompany you all the times, you must remember how much alcohol you can hold and don't let bad guys get you drunk." Unfortunately, many fathers tried to follow the example just to end up faintly hearing the daughter valiantly say after the third cup, "Father, your capacity for alcohol is so bad. Boss, give me 2 more bottles of white liquor. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash." Fog? Song Shuhang grabbed his treasured saber-broken tyrant, asking, "Can the turtle breathing technique help counter the effects of the fog? Since it was a fog that took effect after it was inhaled, not breathing should solve the problem, right?" Senior Song studied the turtle breathing technique as well? Soft Feather said, somewhat surprised. Was it possible that Senior Song was too lazy to breathe like her senior brother and hence had decided to study the turtle breathing technique? Yes, it's a painful but also interesting memory. Song Shuhang recalled his trip to space from the previous time. Soon after, he stretched his hand out and drew the runes of the turtle breathing technique on his palm. And just like this, he used the turtle breathing technique both on himself and Soft Feather. Now that he was a second stage true master and could use true chi to engrave the runes, the results were much better than when he was using chi and blood energy. Moreover, it felt that turtle breathing technique could last for a lot longer. "Let's go take a look at the inner part of the Chu family," Soft Feather said impatiently. Her adventurous soul was already on fire. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 387, Soft Feather the Valkyrie. Chapter 387, Soft Feather the Valkyrie. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Soft Feather and Song Shuhang concealed their aura and quietly slid into the strange fog. Cultivators had several methods to conceal their aura, but Song Shuhang, who had just advanced to the second stage realm, had yet to study such a method. Hence, he could only use the true self-meditation scripture to restrain his mental energy as much as possible and conceal all his true qi inside the cyclone in his dantian. After taking these precautions, he was more or less able to obtain a result that was similar to those techniques. Afterward, Soft Feather took the lead and Song Shuhang closely followed behind. On their way, it felt as though they were playing hide-and-seek. They would often hide behind objects, using them as a cover, and quickly dash forward in the next moment. After getting past a rockery, Soft Feather suddenly stopped, saying in a soft voice, "Wait a moment. There is a strange aura ahead." There were traces of monster chi ahead. Song Shuhang cautiously shot a glance ahead, but he couldn't see anything due to the buildings obstructing his sight. At this time, Soft Feather took out a pair of contact lenses and handed one of them to Song Shuhang. "What's this?" Song Shuhang asked in a low voice. Soft Feather put a contact lens on her right eye and explained, "It's a magical treasure that can allow the user to ascend another story, were you to see 1,000 miles farther. After wearing these contact lenses, you can overlook the Earth as though you were flying in the sky. Unless there is someone of the 5th stage or above, they won't be able to sense our presence." Song Shuhang nodded and put the other contact lens on his left eye. As soon as he wore the contact lens, the picture before his eyes completely changed. The field of vision of the left eye changed, and he was now seeing things from above, while the field of vision of the right eye remained the same as before. Song Shuhang quickly closed his right eye and only used the left one to look. There are even magical treasures such as this? Actually, Song Shuhang had already experienced this type of God's eye view through the ghost spirit before, but he had temporarily forgotten about this matter. Moreover, after he advanced to the second stage, the ghost spirit also underwent a change. Right now, it was shrinking in his heart aperture and not moving in the slightest. Through the God's eye view, Song Shuhang saw that there were 5 stout and strange men standing in front of a big ancestral temple 200 meters ahead. The 5 men were wearing black clothes and masks on their faces, only their eyes were visible. Many black needles were popping out from their headgear and the rest of their bodies, making them look like hedgehogs. These 5 men were standing amidst the fog, but weren't affected by it. From their cautious appearance, it seemed they were all enemies. Are they monsters? Soft Feather muttered. Earlier, she sensed a faint presence of monster chi, but she couldn't tell which type of monster the opposite party was. Their strength seems to be in the 3rd stage, at most 4th. Senior Song, I'll quickly take care of them and bring them over here. That way we can examine them and discover which monster race they belong to. Soft Feather cracked her knuckles and reached out to her size-reducing purse. In the next moment, she took a sword out of her purse. The handle of the sword was modeled after a graceful multicolored butterfly. The spiritual energy emanating from the treasure sword could be seen by the naked eye, and a glance was enough to tell that its quality was much higher than Shuhang's broken tyrant. Song Shuhang said in a low voice, "Shouldn't we determine if they are friends or foes first?" It was rather common for cultivators to raise spirit or monster beasts. For example, True Monarch Yellow Mountain was raising Dudu. Although these guys didn't seem too friendly, perhaps they were monster beasts the Chu family was raising. In that case, I'll knock them out first. If they turn out to be enemies, we'll examine them and find out which race they belong to. Soft Feather clenched her fists. Just as the duo was quietly chatting, something happened in front of the ancestral temple. One of the strange men suddenly dashed forward, and 2 seconds later, he barged into a nearby multi-storied building. Around 3 breaths later, he came out of the building while holding a disciple of the Chu family in his hands. Afterward, he casually threw him onto the ground. It was unknown whether or not he was still alive. Perhaps this disciple of the Chu family had a special constitution and woke soon after fainting. After waking up, he must have realized that there was something fishy going on and decided to sound the alarm to alert the other clansmen. But that strange man noticed his presence as soon as he took 2 steps forward. After noticing him, the man immediately barged into his dwelling and gravely injured him, stopping him from alerting his clansmen. From the looks of it, these guys were surely enemies. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. We've confirmed that they are enemies, Soft Feather said. Senior Song, let's go. There are 5 of them in total. Anyway, those guys seem to be in charge of guarding the entrance. Are sure you can deal with them? Song Shuhang cautiously asked. The opposite party was standing still in front of the entrance of the ancestral temple, and it was clear that their objective was to steal something from in there. If he were to think about something precious the Chu family possessed, Song Shuhang would immediately recall the mysterious sword technique. 8 out of 10, the companions of these strange men went to the place the technique was located. Such being the case, they absolutely couldn't let them run away. If we're talking about the 5 men standing at the entrance, I have full confidence of defeating them, Soft Feather said self-confidently. Good. You can go ahead then, but try not to cause a commotion if possible. In the meantime, I'll notify the people of the Chu family and make them secretly surround the ancestral temple. No matter what, we can't let these guys escape, Song Shuhang said. They had to be swift and stealthy in order not to alert the enemy. If they were to cause a commotion, these guys would get more cautious, and it would become more difficult to deal with them. I understand. Eh? Senior Song, be careful. Soft Feather struck Song Shuhang with her palm halfway through her speech. She applied a soft force to Song Shuhang and pushed him away, making him bump into the rockery behind. Boom! The dull sound of two objects colliding echoed. Luckily, Song Shuhang was already a cultivator of the second stage and his body was strong, he didn't get hurt. At this time, several 50 centimeters long needles had appeared in the place he was originally standing in. These sharp needles didn't seem to be made of metal. They were emitting the true qi belonging to cultivators and a faint quantity of monster qi. These were the same needles sticking out of the bodies of those strange stout men. Were they discovered? But those 5 men were still guarding the entrance of the temple and hadn't moved in the slightest. TSK. Does it mean that there aren't only 5 of them? It seems there are others hiding in the surroundings as well. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and removed the contact lens from his left eye. He couldn't fight properly while wearing that gadget. Soon after, he looked in the direction the needles came from. There, he saw a strange figure that was much slimmer compared to the 5 stout men. At this time, it was squatting on top of a far-off pavilion in the rockery. TSK, you unexpectedly managed to dodge them, the figure said in a strange voice. It felt as though it was speaking underwater. But you won't be able to dodge this time. After saying this much, the petite and strange figure aimed at Song Shuhang and Soft Feather once more, stretching out its hands. Next, around 10 black needles emerged from each of its palms. When he saw those needles, Song Shuhang felt his scalp go numb. Die, the petite and strange figure said with an evil smile on its face. In the next moment, 20 or so needles shot out toward both Soft Feather and Song Shuhang. The speed of the needles was slightly faster than that of bullets. With his current eyesight as a cultivator of the second stage, Song Shuhang was unable to clearly see their trajectory without using the innate skill of his eye aperture. He could only see 10 shadows quickly coming toward him. Since he couldn't even see them, it was even more impossible to dodge them. Innate skill of the eye aperture, activate. Song Shuhang didn't hesitate to use the innate skill of his eye aperture. In the next moment, the world slowed down in his eyes. After advancing to the second stage, the effects of the skill were even stronger. Innate skills would become stronger along with their owner. Now, I can clearly see the trajectory of the black needles. Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide and tightly held the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. The 10 needles covered a very wide area. 7 of them were aiming at Song Shuhang's body, while the other 3 cut off his path of retreat, forcing him to meet the others head-on. Song Shuhang madly operated his brain, trying to think of a way to cut down all the needles with his saber. Found it! Song Shuhang quickly calculated the actions he had to perform. Soon after, he took a light step toward the right, avoiding the needles that seemed most dangerous. At the same time, he lifted his treasured saber Broken Tyrant, with the blade of the saber starting to cut toward the trajectory he calculated earlier. I can do it, I can block these needles. Moreover, he could use the small golden shield of the ghost spirit if there was a need to. Given the toughness of the golden shield, Song Shuhang was sure that it could block at least one barrage of those black needles. But just as he was about to slash with his saber, Song Shuhang felt his vision blur. A silhouette appeared in his front in the blink of an eye. Even with the innate skill of his eye aperture activated, Song Shuhang could only see a series of afterimages. It was Soft Feather. At this critical time, she quickly moved in front of Shuhang and opened her arms wide, keeping off the attack with her body. Song Shuhang. Ding, 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 ding. A series of noises echoed. The 10 needles crashed against Soft Feather, but none of them was able to touch her body. They were all blocked by a pale layer of golden light. Impossible! The petite and strange figure standing on the pavilion opened its eyes wide. It had a lot of confidence in the attack power of the needles. After adding true yuan and monster energy to the needles, their strength was much higher than other techniques of the same rank. Its current strength was at the peak of the 3rd stage, but the attack power of these needles had reached the 4th stage. But now, its all-out attack was easily blocked by this girl? HMPH. Soft Feather's black hair flew upwards. Afterward, she stretched out her hands and gently tapped on her body. The denim suspender skirt she was wearing disappeared and revealed its true form, an elegant metallic armor, beautiful and very pleasing to the eye. It resembled those cool gear you find in games, and with that butterfly-shaped treasured sword in her hand, she looked like a Valkyrie. "Senior Song, leave it to me," Soft Feather said. "You should notify the members of the Chu family and tell them to prepare themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 388, Committing Suicide with a Weird Smile. Chapter 388, Committing Suicide with a Weird Smile. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. "You want to notify them?" "Too late," the petite figure said while gritting its teeth. It had already contacted its companions, and 4 of the men guarding the entrance were rushing over here. Soft Feather swung the butterfly-shaped sword in her hands and said gravely, "Senior Song, don't worry about me. Go notify them." Song Shuhang shook his head. "Since we've been discovered already, there is no need to do things covertly." After saying this much, he opened his mouth and roared. It was the roar of a lion. Song Shuhang's voice was deafening and spread in all directions as he said, "Enemy attack. Beware of the poisonous fog in the core area." Song Shuhang's straightforward character was kicking up. Since he was going to shout, better to do it in the most direct and resounding way. The voice echoed again and again. The sound of the lion roar slowly faded away. All the people in the Chu family must have heard it. Now, they only needed to see how much the cultivators of the Chu family would take to react. Actually, Song Shuhang wasn't really relying on the disciples of the Chu family to solve the situation. Their average strength was too low. On his way here, most of the cultivators he saw were of the first stage, and only some of them were of the second stage. Even if they came here all together, it would be very difficult to deal with those 5 men. Moreover, that strange fog was still surrounding the core area. How were the disciples of the Chu family going to deal with it if they didn't have the turtle breathing technique? Would they use gas masks? Song Shuhang's real objective was to use that roar to alert the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. However, he didn't know if they would hear his voice. After all, there was a certain distance between the Chu family and the grievance settling platform. "You B*TCH. I'm going to kill you." The petite figure didn't expect Song Shuhang to suddenly roar. It angrily jumped down from the pavilion, and 2 black needles emerged from its palms. The needles were imbued with monster chi and true chi. It wanted to kill Shuhang. Soft Feather coldly snorted and took a step forward, blocking the path of the petite figure. "Eat my sword!" Soft Feather shouted in a lovely voice. The butterfly-shaped sword in her hand thrust forward, and the sword light divided into 10 streams that enveloped the petite figure. Her swordsmanship was exquisite, and the sword light was like a net, completely enveloping the petite figure and not letting it get away. However, that petite figure didn't seem to intend to get away. It directly dashed toward the net formed by Soft Feather's sword. Round dance chop! In the next moment, it started rotating and countless needles suddenly emerged from its body, completely covered it. Since it was spinning, it changed into a ball of needles. After losing some of its needles, it was finally able to break through Soft Feather's net. No matter how strong your armor is, there are bound to be places that are not protected. "I'll roll over you." The petite figure sneered and started to roll faster and faster, heading toward Soft Feather. While it was happily rolling, it didn't notice that Soft Feather was holding a talisman in her hands. Then, just as it was about to bump into her, Soft Feather calmly stretched out her hand and pasted the paper talisman on its body. As for that deathly rolling ball of needles, she completely ignored it and didn't even try to dodge. The ball kept rolling as it bumped into Soft Feather's arm. However, it was completely blocked by a layer of pale golden light. The attack was unable to break through Soft Feather's defense. At this time, the talisman was still attached to the creature's body. "Boom!" Soft Feather lightly shouted. "Boom!" Flames shot toward the sky, engulfing the ball of needles in the process and turning into a ball of fire. Artilda the petite figure cried out in pain. Soon after, its cries kept getting weaker and weaker, until they disappeared. After a few seconds, the petite figure was lying on the ground half dead, completely charred black. It opened its eyes wide and stared at Soft Feather and Song Shuhang with an unwilling expression in its eyes. "Damn, MIT!" the petite figure said with the last bit of its strength. The petite figure was like an average player that had continuously killed monsters to get experience, reaching the third stage realm with much difficulty. One day, it tried to kill another player of similar level, but unlike it, that player was very rich and loaded with money. The other player needed only 2 ordinary attacks and a high-level item to destroy it. Damn it! What was so good about rich players? Well, surely their equipment. Were you able to determine its race? Song Shuhang took a step forward and asked. At the same time, he glanced at a not too far away place. After seeing that their companion was defeated, the 4 stout men howled again and again, speeding toward Shuhang and Soft Feather's position. I can't really tell its race, perhaps it's not a pure-blooded monster beast, but a human-monster hybrid? Soft Feather said. After saying this much, she turned her head around and looked at the 4 roaring stout men, saying, "Senior Song, pay attention to your safety." Then, the Valkyrie mode Soft Feather excitedly welcomed the 4 stout men. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Kill me? The petite figure on the ground said to Song Shuhang with an agonized voice. Song Shuhang shook his head. Senior Medicine Master might be interested in this strange creature. After all, he was looking for test subjects. Ah! The petite figure suddenly growled, and a needle shot out from its chest, heading toward Song Shuhang. Perhaps because it had already exhausted its strength, the speed of the needle wasn't too fast. Song Shuhang subconsciously waved the treasured saber in his hands and cut the needle down. The needle was perfectly cut in half. One piece fell next to Song Shuhang's foot, the other spun a bit before finally piercing the throat of the petite figure. Gah! The petite figure emitted a pitiful cry and fresh blood gushed out, spurting on Song Shuhang's body. Soon after, it looked at Song Shuhang with a self-satisfied expression on its face, revealing an ugly smile. In the next moment, its vital energy was cut off and it died. Did it commit suicide? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. The creature had a strange smile on its face before dying. It felt as though it had already succeeded in what it was trying to do. Did it use a curse before dying? Song Shuhang touched his chest, the ghost spirit in his heart aperture was unmoved. If it were a curse, the ghost spirit would have immediately come out. So, it's not a curse? Or perhaps the ghost spirit didn't react because it's upgrading. Forget it. Whether or not it's a curse, I'll just ask the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group to give me a checkup once I go back. Song Shuhang came to this conclusion after pondering for a moment. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In his front, Soft Feather and the 4 stout men were already battling. These 4 stout men were also at the peak of the 3rd stage, and they seemed slightly stronger than the petite figure Soft Feather defeated earlier with the talisman. After seeing their companion getting roasted by Soft Feather with a talisman, the 4 stout men were especially careful while fighting hand to hand against her. It was unknown which race they belonged to, but those needles were continuously popping out from their bodies and seemed infinite in number. With that, every part of their body was a weapon, and it could be used to launch powerful attacks. But the defensive power of Soft Feather's beautiful armor was just too high. No matter how much the 4 men attacked, they were unable to put even a scratch on her. On the other hand, Soft Feather was easily chopping the needles growing on their bodies using the combination of her excellent swordsmanship and the butterfly-shaped treasured sword. After just a few rounds, the 4 men were full of wounds. It was truly a depressing sight. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. But right at this time, the stout men battling Soft Feather raised their heads and looked in Song Shuhang's direction. Immediately after, they saw Song Shuhang standing next to the corpse of their companion, his body dyed with the fresh blood of their friend. The 4 stout men roared like wild beasts, roar tilde. Their eyes became bloodshot and their attacks fiercer. Companion dead, revenge, revenge. One of them tried to slip away quietly. He wanted to get past Softfeather and attack Song Shuhang. Their attacks become stronger when they're angry. This ability is somewhat similar to Bloodthirst, Softfeather said softly. But I won't give you the opportunity to attack Senior Song. After saying this much, she used her sword light once more, firmly binding the stout man that was trying to get past her. After being tied down in place by Softfeather, the 4 stout men restlessly roared. I'm almost done preparing, get a taste of my move. Softfeather shouted. Soon after, she held her sword with both hands and used it to pierce the ground. Even without using talismans, she was still a cultivator at the peak of the 3rd stage that would soon face the heavenly tribulation. Her strength was outstanding. Explosion! Softfeather didn't use any cool or intimidating pose, she merely shouted with her lovely voice. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights shot out from the ground. These sword lights were very concentrated, making it impossible for anyone to dodge them. The 4 stout men growled as needles continuously grew on their bodies, completely wrapping them up. Round dance chop! They used the same move as their companion before. Their bodies started to rotate, and they turned into balls. They used this technique to oppose the endless stream of sword lights that were shooting up from the ground. The needles and the sword lights collided, continuously cutting each other off. But the 4 stout men could produce an endless amount of needles, quickly replacing the broken ones. Softfeather opened her delicate hands, revealing 4 talismans. Just as she was getting ready to gift a talisman to each of them, she felt a sudden sense of crisis. She didn't hesitate and quickly extracted her butterfly-shaped sword from the ground, using it to ward off the incoming attack. Ding! A loud sound echoed, and Softfeather was forced to retreat due to the strength of the attack. Glued to her butterfly-shaped sword was a continuously revolving silver needle. Softfeather looked at a distant place, toward the entrance of the ancestral temple where the last stout man was standing. The person that shot the silver needle over here was precisely that man. However, he didn't merely shoot it here, he used a flying sword controlling technique to send the needle here. In other words, the remaining stout man was a cultivator of the 4th stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389, Venerable Spirit Butterfly Casually Passing By. Chapter 389, Venerable Spirit Butterfly Casually Passing By. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. As expected, one of them was a cultivator of the 4th stage realm. Softfeather wasn't surprised. From the very start, she knew that the strength of these stout men was between the peak of the 3rd stage and the 4th stage. Moreover, she had been paying attention to the last stout man standing in front of the entrance all along. When he made his move, he used a flying sword controlling technique. As she predicted, he was an existence of the 4th stage. Ah! The sword chi on Softfeather's butterfly-shaped sword exploded. She ruthlessly slashed, sending away that silver needle. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the 4 stout men stopped rolling and dodged Softfeather's explosive sword chi attack. Earlier, they would have surely kept rolling toward her to crush her. But after seeing what happened to their companion, even if they had twice the courage, they wouldn't dare to roll Softfeather to death, because it would spell their doom instead. The 4 stout men gasped for breath and stared at Softfeather. At the same time, they bitterly shot a glance toward Song Shuhang's position. That butcherer was soaked with the blood of their companion. At this time, the voice of the last stout man transmitted from far away. Leave her to me. You lot take care of that other girl in the rear. Whoever gets soaked with the blood of our companions must be chased and killed at all costs. No matter where they hide or what their strength might be, they have to be eliminated. After saying this much, he used the flying sword controlling technique to control the silver needle and attack Softfeather with it. The other 4 looked at each other, their eyes bloodshot. Next, they tried to get past Softfeather once more. They wanted to attack the Choo Choo version Song Shuhang. Whoever gets soaked with the blood of their companions must be chased and killed at all costs. Song Shuhang silently looked at this clothes. Was this fresh blood some sort of mark? Was it something like the mark of the Dragon Slayer in novels? After the Dragon Slayer killed the dragon, a mark would be left on their soul. Afterward, all the dragons of the world would team up to kill the Dragon Slayer. If it was something similar, it was going to be rather troublesome. He didn't want to be tracked down by the GPS of these guys all the times. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the front, Soft Feather had a delighted expression on her face. She was having so much fun right now. Like I said earlier, none of you is allowed to deal with Senior Song without my permission, Soft Feather said in a domineering way. After that, she slashed once more with her treasured sword, making the silver needle fly away. Afterward, she grabbed the long whip hanging around her waist with her other hand. Go! Soft Feather lightly shouted. It felt as though the whip had intelligence. One end remained coiled around Soft Feather's waist, while the other automatically stretched and attacked the 4 stout men. Soft Feather didn't need to actively control the whip, her thoughts alone were enough to give it orders. As if that wasn't enough, the power of the whip was shocking. When it attacked those 4 stout men, it immediately broke their needles and tore their skin. Afterward, the powerful whip forced the 4 men to retreat in Soft Feather's direction. The 4 stout men cried out in pain after being whipped. As soon as they tried to get away, they were stopped by the whip and forced to retreat in Soft Feather's direction. Soon after, they were tied in place by the Sword Light 2 and forced to fight Soft Feather head-on. Aha waha! Soft Feather was getting stronger and stronger as the fight went on. Although she was fighting against 5 people, she still held the upper hand. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Far off, the last stout man furrowed his brows. How is it possible for this human girl to have so many treasures? Damn it, we're running out of time. I need to speed things up. He stretched out his hand and pulled a black needle out of his back. After it was pulled out, the black needle changed color, becoming silver. Unlike the other needles, this one was personally refined by the stout man and was a weird type of a flying sword. Go! The stout man once more used the flying sword controlling technique. He controlled both needles at the same time and used the second one to keep Soft Feather's whip occupied, giving his companions the opportunity to kill Song Shuhang. Controlling 2 flying swords at the same time? Interesting. Soft Feather smiled and said, if you had used this trick earlier, you might have succeeded, but now it's too late. After saying this much, she suddenly jumped toward the sky, and the whip coiling around her waist turned into a ball, merging with her armor. With my current strength, I always need to prepare this move for a long time before using it. I didn't think I would get to use it in a real battle. Soft Feather muttered. 7 mysterious bright runes appeared on Soft Feather's armor. Afterward, the 7 runes expanded, changing into sword chi. The sword chi had the properties of the 7 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Immediately after, the 7 sword chi also expanded, turning into 7 clones of Soft Feather. Then, as though they had passed through space itself, the 7 clones and Soft Feather's main body appeared beside the 4 stout men. On average, 2 Soft Feathers were dealing with 1 stout man. The 7-element sword chi merged with Soft Feather's butterfly-shaped sword, mercilessly stabbing the chests of the stout men from the front and the rear. The 4 men didn't even have the time to react. After the swords pierced their bodies, they stiffened and fresh blood gushed out. Soon after, they loudly fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether they still lived. With just one move, she instantly defeated 4 enemies with a lot of HP that were almost as strong as her. Now it was clear why it took her so long to prepare this move. Fresh blood soaked Soft Feather's 7 clones, but after completing the move, they all disappeared. As for her main body, it was protected by a layer of golden light and wasn't tainted by the blood. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Damn it, the stout man standing afar bellowed. In the end, he had no choice but rush toward Soft Feather and fight her head-on. At the same time, he controlled his 2 silver needles and used them to attack her. Aha! The whip coiling around Soft Feather's waist coordinated with the butterfly-shaped sword in her hands, completely blocking the fierce barrage of attacks of the stout man. Boom! Under the control of the stout man, the silver needle violently collided with Soft Feather, breaking soon after. Even if he refined the silver needle into a flying sword, its quality couldn't be compared with Soft Feather's sword. It was only natural that it would break after a violent collision. After that one last attack, Soft Feather was likewise forced to retreat. The stout man was now in front of Soft Feather. He had a gloomy expression on his face as he held the undamaged silver needle in his hands. "You two are dead." The stout man clenched his teeth in anger. "Are you sure? You can't kill me with words alone." Soft Feather waved her somewhat numb arm. Even if her equipment was good, fighting against a cultivator of the 4th stage was very strenuous. "You two dared to kill my companions. You don't have any way out now, you can only die," the stout man said coldly. Soft Feather stared at him and said, "Are you crazy? It was a life-and-death battle. If we weren't going to kill your companions, were we supposed to look at them and appreciate them? Or are you guys from a protected species in the world of cultivators and can't be killed like giant pandas?" The stout man stretched out his hand and removed his headgear, revealing a head full of needles. Except for the place around the eyes, everything else was covered with needles. "All the people that have been soaked with the blood of a sea urchin warrior are enemies of our sea urchin race. Fleeing is useless. No matter where you go, we'll still find you and kill you. The proud sea urchin warriors will take your lives," the stout man said with awkward Mandarin. However, the general meaning was easy to understand. As expected, it was something like the mark of the Dragon Slayer. But these guys are actually sea urchin warriors. Does it mean that I've become a sea urchin slayer now? For some reason, it doesn't sound as cool as Dragon Slayer. Song Shuhang thought to himself while holding the treasured saber-broken tyrant in the rear. Anyway, the fact that he had been marked was rather troublesome. Once everything was over, he had to ask the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group about this matter in detail. "Not only you, even your family members and the people related to you will be implicated. They'll also die in the hands of the sea urchin warriors," the stout man continued his speech, his expression mad. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. There was such a thing as involving family members? Soft Feather. But I'll give you an opportunity. Kneel in front of the corpses of my companions and let me cut your heads off. In that case, we sea urchin warriors will forgive your family members, the stout man said, his expression ever more ferocious. In truth, he was just trying to buy time with this speech. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get in touch with his companions. There were other sea urchin warriors hidden in the surroundings. Their strength was also at the 4th stage. As long as the 5 of them fought together, no matter how good the equipment of this girl was, she wouldn't be able to defeat them. At the time, they would kill her in the most gruesome way. Soft Feather was speechless. Soon after, she pinched her adorable chin. In the next moment, she put her butterfly-shaped sword away and heaved a sigh, saying to the stout man, "Since you want to kill my family, I might as well give you the opportunity." The stout man was confused. "I decided to give you an opportunity to kill my family members." Soft Feather stretched out her hand and pointed behind the stout man, saying, "Turn your head around, do you see that man? That man is my father. If you want to kill my family, you should start with him. You can't say that I didn't give you the opportunity, right?" The stout man coldly snorted. "Do you think you can fool me with these cheap tricks? If there was someone behind me, I would have noticed it already. If this girl was thinking of launching a surprise attack or running away while he was turning his head, she was too naive. He wouldn't fall for such a trick. Why don't you turn your head and see?" A solemn voice echoed from behind the stout man. This voice was like a raging volcano that was about to explode. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, Look at Things from Another Angle. Chapter 390, Look at Things from Another Angle. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. As a matter of fact, we have to use a different angle to observe and comprehend some things, Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Impossible! The stout man got a huge shock. He was a cultivator of the 4th stage innate realm with a monster bloodline. Moreover, his mental energy and senses were far keener than those of any human cultivator of the same realm. But when he checked the place behind him, he felt that there was absolutely nothing there. There was simply no trace of any aura at all. Nevertheless, the solemn voice of a man suddenly transmitted from that place. A person actually managed to avoid the detection of his senses and mental energy, quietly standing behind his back. Absolutely terrifying. Just how strong was this guy to do something like that? The stout man subconsciously rolled to one side. He wanted to get away from the person behind him as soon as possible. While he was rolling, his eyes glanced at the area behind him. Standing right there was a man with his hands behind the back. He was wearing green-colored clothes, and he was so handsome that people probably didn't feel worthy of being his friends. At this moment, that man furrowed his brows. His mood could be read with a glance. It was really bad. When the stout man was frantically rolling away, the man said in a deep voice, "When did I allow you to roll away?" It was a mere question, and the man didn't even move a finger. But these words of his seemed inviolable. Just as though an immobilizing spell hit him, the whole body of the stout man stopped in the rolling position where his head was below and legs on top. He was frozen in place. He could not roll forward nor backward. The stout man got a scare. What was happening? Why was his body unable to move? What is happening? Quick, move, damn it! My body, you better start moving! The stout man shrieked in his mind. But every muscle and vein of his body seemed to be trembling in fear. Under such circumstances, his body was completely unable to cooperate with his brain. What's happening, and just what is the strength and realm of this man? One sentence, all it took for him to lose the ability to resist was one sentence. Based on how useless you are, you dare to keep saying that you want to kill my entire family? Venerable Spirit Butterfly said in a cold voice. As he was speaking, a spirit butterfly quietly appeared on Venerable's shoulder. The spirit butterfly gently flew past the stout man. Its beautiful wings were similar to a sword light, slitting the man's throat in an instant. Fresh blood splattered, painting the beautiful spirit butterfly in a bright shade of red. That spirit butterfly lightly flapped its wings, and its body immediately absorbed the fresh blood. When the bright red fused with the color of its body, it made it look even more beautiful. The gaze of the stout man gradually lost focus, and he maintained the rolling position until his death. The spirit butterfly flew back and perched itself on the venerable spirit butterfly's shoulder, lightly flapping its wings. Venerable Spirit Butterfly nodded in satisfaction. Remember this aura, from today onwards, do not allow living things with such a bloodline within 500 kilometers from the Spirit Butterfly Island. In other order words, if the bloodline of a sea urchin warrior appeared within 500 kilometers from the Spirit Butterfly Island, even if the creature was passing through without any ill intentions, it would get killed off mercilessly. Venerable Spirit Butterfly had little interest in these human-monster hybrids known as sea urchin warriors, and had no desire to conduct any research on them either. Thereafter, Venerable Spirit Butterfly did not even deign to glance at the stout man's corpse. Instead, he turned his head around and looked at his daughter, Soft Feather. In the instant he turned his head around, it was as though he had swapped faces. Earlier, his expression was serious and unhappy, but now he abruptly beamed with happiness, appearing gentle and kind. He lightly called out, "Soft Feather!" "Father!" Soft Feather laughed, waving to him. She felt rather uneasy meeting her father like that. After all, she'd secretly snuck out from the Spirit Butterfly Island. She had placed herself into a huge box, and sent it out via express delivery, remember. A daughter who'd escaped from home, facing her father who came from thousands of miles away, such a situation would be at least somewhat awkward. "Have you played enough this time around?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly narrowed his eyes, smiling. When he smiled, Soft Feather was immediately relieved. She knew that if her father smiled like that, it meant that he wouldn't care about her running away. He. Father, you're the best. Softfeather was like a swallow returning to the nest after learning to fly. She pounced toward her father while still wearing the armor, giving him a bear hug. If not for his prowess, Venerable Spirit Butterfly would have tumbled to the ground after bumping into that heavy chunk of metal. Venerable Spirit Butterfly stretched out his hands and hugged his daughter. Then, he knocked on her helmet. You, really? Originally, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had attempted to compose various speeches in his head to reprimand his daughter, but when he saw her acting like a spoiled child, he could not bring himself to scold her even one bit. Thereafter, Venerable Spirit Butterfly looked at the blooded Choo-Choo, who stood not far from Softfeather. Softfeather, is that a new friend of yours? Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked. Softfeather laughed and said, Nah, that's Senior Song, I previously told you about him. Little friend Song Shuhang? Venerable Spirit Butterfly looked at Song Shuhang once again. This young lady wearing a black skirt, was that a little friend Song Shuhang who was added to the 9 Provinces #1 group by accident? Strange, he remembered that the Song Shuhang mentioned by his fellow Taoists in the 9 Provinces #1 group was a man. Venerable Spirit Butterfly knew that he did not have dementia, and he definitely remembered that Song Shuhang was a man. But what was up with this young lady wearing a black skirt? Venerable looked at Song Shuhang once again from head to toe, scrutinizing him. Eh? Wait a moment, wasn't that one of the gadgets he made for Softfeather earlier, the shape-shifting brooch? That small brooch had the ability to change one's appearance. Softfeather was very fond of it when she was little. But recently, a highly skilled fellow Daoist used a formation to strengthen the illusory power of the shape-shifting brooch. Hence, Venerable Spirit Butterfly was unable to see through the illusion created by the brooch at first glance. Interesting. Light flashed within Venerable Spirit Butterfly's eyes. Soon after, he easily saw through the guise created by the shape-shifting brooch, and saw Song Shuhang's real appearance. It was a young man that was approximately 180 centimeters tall, with decent facial features and an eye-catching, shiny bald head. On the whole, he looked rather fine and kind. But what caused Venerable's mouth to twitch was that Song Shuhang was wearing a short black skirt and stockings, with a short sword tied to his thigh. A pervert who likes cross-dressing. Venerable Spirit Butterfly immediately gave little friend Song Shuhang a striking label in his mind. He'd never thought that Song Shuhang, the object of the unanimous praises sung by the fellow Taoists in the group, would turn out to be someone with a fetish for cross-dressing. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Hello, Senior Spirit Butterfly. Song Shuhang learned the way the 9 Provinces #1 seniors saluted and used it to greet Venerable Spirit Butterfly respectfully. When he was lurking in the chat a few months ago, he discovered that Softfeather's father was a forthright and kind senior. However, while Venerable Spirit Butterfly was a good man, he liked to nitpick about small details. He might argue with you over some hardly noticeable matter for half a day. Hence, when he was having an exchange with Senior Spirit Butterfly, he needed to pay close attention to his every movement. He couldn't be like Senior Thrice Reckless, continuously causing trouble in front of Senior Spirit Butterfly. Aside from that, Song Shuhang bitterly laughed after speaking. That was because Venerable White changed his voice with a spell. The moment he opened his mouth, what came out was Miss Choo-Choo's sweet voice. The corner of Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mouth twitched. Hello, little friend Song Shuhang. Forget about cross-dressing, he even changed his voice. Even though the fellow Taoists in the 9 Provinces #1 sang praises of little friend Song Shuhang, and the fellow Taoists who met him personally also sang praises of him, right now, Venerable Spirit Butterfly felt that little friend Shuhang was not quite normal. Was it really good for his own daughter to be friends with this guy who had a cross-dressing fetish? Venerable Spirit Butterfly couldn't help but worry for his daughter. It had been said that a person's circle of friends was very important. His adorable daughter wouldn't be influenced in a bad way, right? Wait a moment. Some things should not be judged merely based on appearances. One had to use a different angle to consider them. From another point of view, Softfeather being together with this pervert who was into cross-dressing made him feel more relieved than her being together with a warm, kind, and somewhat handsome cultivator. Indeed, compared to the gentle and amusing Senior Song that his daughter had been talking about all the time, the cross-dresser version of Senior Song before his eyes made him feel more relieved. Venerable Spirit Butterfly pinched his chin and nodded silently. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. For some reason, Song Shuhang felt his hair stand on end. He felt that Venerable Spirit Butterfly's gaze was rather odd. Suddenly, he thought of something. Wait a minute, the brooch is Venerable Spirit Butterfly's invention. That is to say, he should be able to see through my guise. In that case, the funny gaze he shot me would be naturally understandable. Song Shuhang did not want to be mistaken for a pervert who liked dressing up as a girl. Hence, he opened his mouth, preparing to explain to Senior Spirit Butterfly the reason behind him taking on Choo Choo's appearance. At the very least, he wanted to leave a proper impression on Senior Spirit Butterfly and didn't want to be mistaken for a pervert. Just as Song Shuhang was about to explain, the expression in Venerable Spirit Butterfly's eyes suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with happiness, and his gaze became extremely kind. Ha 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 ha. Venerable Spirit Butterfly laughed and said, I've often heard my daughter talking about you, little friend Shuhang. And when I was talking to some of the fellow Taoists, they also mentioned you. Today, after finally meeting you, I can tell that everyone's judgment of you was indeed correct. I can sense a kind of a gentle and peaceful aura from your body. After Song Shuhang stepped into the second stage realm, he did not have the time to practice a technique to restrain his aura. Hence, the mental energy emitted from the true self-meditation scripture naturally transmitted the kind aura of a good person. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's face was filled with strong emotions. For Softfeather to have a friend like you, I'm relieved. Such a huge compliment from Venerable Spirit Butterfly practically made Song Shuhang feel overwhelmed by the flattery. On a side, Softfeather looked curiously at her own father. Her sharp sixth sense told her that her father might have gone crazy at this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, It's Time to Leave. Chapter 391, It's Time to Leave. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. In the end, Venerable Spirit Butterfly brightly smiled at Song Shuhang and said, I pampered Softfeather since she was little, and she can be capricious sometimes. Therefore, I hope you'll look after her and be friends with her. Senior, don't worry. I'm already Softfeather's good friend. Song Shuhang felt a bit embarrassed after being praised. Then, he added, moreover, it was Softfeather who took care of me up until now. Little friend Shuhang is really polite. Venerable Spirit Butterfly faintly smiled. Then, he gently knocked on Softfeather's helmet. Softfeather, you met a real friend. From start to end, Softfeather's expression was. As expected, father must have been high on something before leaving home. After praising Song Shuhang and Softfeather, Venerable Spirit Butterfly took out his mobile phone and dialed Liu Jianyi's phone number. That sluggard wasn't even on the scene while Softfeather was fighting against that sea urchin warrior of the 4th stage. Where did he run off to take a nap? As expected, I shouldn't have left the duty to guard Softfeather to that lazybones. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's expression was cold. If Liu Jianyi couldn't give him a proper explanation, he could forget about slacking off for the next 100 years. Venerable Spirit Butterfly would make him so busy that he wouldn't even have the time to close eye. After 3 rings, Liu Jianyi picked the phone up. Hello, teacher. How are you? Liu Jianyi's voice was transmitted from the other end. The sound of swords clashing could be heard in the background. Was he fighting? Where are you now? Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked. I'm dealing with some guys of the 4th stage that have needles all over their bodies. These guys were hiding in the surroundings of the Chu family. There are quite a lot of them, and they could have posed some threat to junior sister Softfeather. After saying this much, he also added, Teacher, did you call because you wanted to know about junior sister Softfeather's current situation? She barged into the Chu family together with little friend Song Shuhang. I've already inspected the place, and there was only a spiky fellow of the 4th stage as well as other 5 guys of the 3rd stage. They cannot pose any danger to junior sister Soft Feather. As soon as I'm done dealing with these guys of the 4th stage, I'll rush in her direction. You don't have to worry. With me here, no one will be able to harm her. After hearing this much, Venerable Spirit Butterfly nodded and said, quickly dispose of them and head towards Soft Feather's position. I have to quickly dispose of them? Oh, sure. I'll immediately get rid of them in that case, Liu Jinny said as he hung up his phone. After hanging up the phone, Venerable Spirit Butterfly rubbed his temples. He understood this disciple of his too well, that Sluggard was surely slacking off. Venerable Spirit Butterfly already knew that Liu Jinny had advanced to the 5th stage. Therefore, how was it possible for him to take so long to deal with a bunch of sea urchins of the 4th stage? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, close to the Chu family, Liu Jinny was lying on a large bed, floating in the air. This was Liu Jinny's 2nd flying sword, which had been modified into a large bed. Below, 4 swords of Qi were happily dancing in the air, battling against the 4 sea urchin warriors of the 4th stage. It seems I have no choice. And here I thought I could slack off a bit and have some fun with these guys. Anyway, those guys inside the Chu family aren't really a threat to junior sister Soft Feather, but I didn't think that teacher would suddenly give me a call. Liu Jinny yawned. Afterward, he snapped his fingers, and the 4 swords of Qi dancing in the air transformed. Their true Qi unexpectedly changed into spiritual energy. A 5th stage spiritual emperor, the 4 sea urchin warriors of the 4th stage called out in alarm. Just from the fact that he had been lying on that flying bed and taunting them like a monkey all along, the 4 sea urchins could tell that he was much stronger than them. But they hadn't expected that he was a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Farewell. Liu Jinny faintly smiled, and the 4-sword light immediately killed the 4 sea urchin warriors. The fresh blood of the sea urchin warriors soaked the sword light. At the same time, Liu Jinny, who was connected to the swords, furrowed his brows. He also received the mark of the sea urchin slayer. Is this some sort of mark? Liu Jinny's mouth twitched at the corners. These things were rather troublesome to deal with. His teacher should have a magical treasure to erase the mark, but given his disposition, he would have him complete several difficult tasks before lending it to him. Damn it, can't I even slack off a bit? Liu Jinny clenched his teeth and put away his bed-shaped flying sword. Then he wielded his life-bound flying sword and suppressed his strength once more, lowering it to the 4th stage. Afterward, he assumed the look of someone worn out after a great battle and rushed toward Soft Feather's position. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After flying to Soft Feather's position, Liu Jinny's face stiffened. Teacher, how come you personally came here? Liu Jinny hurriedly greeted his teacher and forced a smile. Venerable Spirit Butterfly gazed at him and snapped his fingers. A flying sword descended from the sky and arrived in front of Venerable Spirit Butterfly. On the sword light was lying a man dressed up as a fortune teller. He was currently unconscious. It was the same immortal fortune teller Iron Trigram who was hit by a nuclear explosion earlier. Iron Trigram was fortunate enough to dodge the calamity thanks to Venerable White's disposable flying sword, but the power of the nuclear explosion was too great and ended up affecting him anyway. On his way here, the seriously injured Iron Trigram lost consciousness. Luckily, he met Venerable Spirit Butterfly who was likewise flying in the sky. Although Venerable Spirit Butterfly didn't know Iron Trigram, he deduced that he was a fellow Daoist from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group since he had also changed into a meteor and was riding one of Senior White's disposable flying swords. Thereupon, he decided to save Iron Trigram and give him some emergency treatment. Here is a mission for you, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said. Deliver this fellow Daoist to the camp of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group and find out whose junior he is. While you're at it, treat his wounds as well. Once you're done delivering him, immediately return here. I have another task for you. If he wanted to punish this sluggard, he couldn't tell him to face the wall and contemplate his wrongdoings, because that wouldn't be a punishment at all. This guy wouldn't mind facing the wall for a decade or two. Thereupon, the best way to punish him was to continuously give him tasks to complete without letting him catch his breath. After hearing this much, Liu Jianyi immediately became happy. He really liked these tasks where he had to deliver people. While delivering iron trigram to that place, he would have the time to slack off on his bed-shaped flying sword. He would even be able to bathe in the sun, such a good feeling. But right at this time, Venerable Spirit Butterfly added, "You have 3 minutes, hurry up." Liu Jianyi felt like crying. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After sending off Jianyi, Venerable Spirit Butterfly looked at Soft Feather. "Is this matter related to the Chu family over? If it's over, shall we go meet the other fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces #1 group?" "Father, it's not over yet." Soft Feather pointed at the ancestral temple. "There should be a secret room in there. The sea urchins just now were only guarding the entrance, they should still have other companions inside." Venerable Spirit Butterfly furrowed his brows. "Fine. Let's take a look then," Venerable Spirit Butterfly said. He wasn't too interested in this matter. After all, the secret room of such a small family was unlikely to contain something that could interest him. But after seeing Soft Feather's beaming face, he decided to head toward the secret room immediately. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the periphery of the Chu family. After hearing Song Shuhang's roar, the clansmen of the Chu family rushed toward the core area, but that strange fog was too hard to deal with. Inhaling a small bit of the fog was enough to make them lose consciousness. "What about gas masks? Let's give it a try," someone shouted. Soon after, some of the clansmen rushed into the strange fog while wearing gas masks, quickly heading toward the core area. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the secret room of the Chu family. "Mr. Senior Sister Chu Chu is heading over here with some other people." "What should we do?" the 2 traitorous disciples of the Chu family said anxiously. They discovered through the security cameras that the sea urchin warriors positioned at the entrance had been eliminated. They also saw that Soft Feather, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, and Song Shuhang were currently heading toward the secret room. Next to them, the 4 servants that carried scrolls on their backs were quickly drawing on the scrolls that were now spread onto the ground, forming what resembled a formation. When the 2 traitorous disciples called out in alarm, the 4 servants finished drawing the huge formation and started to link it together. After that, they stood up and moved to a side, while the Mr. moved toward the center of the scroll formation. "You don't need to worry," the Mr. said with a faint smile while holding a picture scroll of the Chu family's mysterious sword technique in his hands. "I'll be done before they come here. Don't worry, we will have left this place by that time." After hearing this much, the 2 disciples heaved a sigh of relief. But just as the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief, 2 long swords pierced their bodies, making them feel chilled to the bone. At the same time, they felt that their blood was continuously sucked out of their bodies. The ones that attacked them were 2 of the 4 servants. "Miss Ter?" The 2 disciples of the Chu family opened their eyes wide. "You don't need to be afraid, I just need a little bit of your fresh blood. Moreover, my servants are very skilled, you won't feel any pain before dying." The Mr. gently smiled. The 2 traitorous disciples of the Chu family opened their eyes wide and finally fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 servants received the 2 long swords from their companions. These 2 swords were empty inside, and the hilt was shaped like that of a syringe. The blood of the traitorous disciples of the Chu family was stored inside the swords. "Our guests are almost here. It's time for us to leave as well." Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, and Soft Feather entered the secret room. After a glance, they saw the corpses of Chu family clansmen and the Mr. standing in the middle of the formation with his 4 servants. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen." The Mr. heartily laughed and waved at the 3 newly arrived guests, saying, "Well then, farewell." "Farewell?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly said, "You are leaving already? It seems like we can't leave, huh?" The Mr. grinned, revealing a strange smile. In that case, should I change my statement? How about a let's part forever? Rip, 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 rip. The four servants stretched their hands out and ruthlessly pierced their own chests, committing suicide. Next, the Mr. used his hand as a blade and gently cut his neck as well. Fresh blood gushed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392, There is no such thing as an absolute defense in this world. Chapter 392, There is no such thing as an absolute defense in this world. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. After the four servants pierced their chests with their palms, fresh blood gushed out. The volume of blood gushing out was incredibly large, almost resembling a waterfall. Although the wound was only of the size of a palm, in the blink of an eye, their entire bodies were drained of blood. All the blood poured inside the formation drawn onto the ground, dyeing it in red. At last, the bodies of the four servants became bags of skin and softly fell to the ground. Were these guys human-shaped inflatable dolls filled with blood? In the center of the blood-soaked formation, that Mr. had a strange smile on his face. Blood flowed out of his neck like a fountain, quickly draining all the blood in his body. But compared to those servants, who had only their skin left, that Mr. was in much better shape. At least, he still had a skeleton, and after the skin closely stuck to the bones, he turned into a mummified corpse. A special puppet that can be controlled with the power of blood? What an ingenious method, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said with a smile. Next, he stared at the formation arranged on the ground. However, he didn't seem to intend to stop it. They were puppets and not living things? No wonder they died in such a way. Song Shuhang muttered. Then, he looked at the corpse of the Mr. in the center of the picture scroll formation. At this time, he was still holding some picture scroll in his hands. As expected, the paintings of the sword technique were their objective. But now that those puppets dressed up as servants and this Mr. had committed suicide, how exactly were they planning to take away the four scroll pictures of the sword technique? Song Shuhang immediately gazed at the blood-soaked formation on the floor. Were they planning to use this strange picture scroll formation to get out of here? At this time, the formation was in an active state and had been completely soaked in blood, emitting a strange red-colored radiance. Although he didn't know what the purpose of the formation was, he knew that it was something this Mr. and his lackeys had arranged. Senior Spirit Butterfly, the four pictures of the Chu family's sword technique are in that guy's hand. We can't let him get away. Song Shuhang shouted. In his heart aperture, the previously calm ghost spirit became boiling hot, just like that time in the dreamland. Thump, thump, thump. His heart started to beat frantically. The ghost spirit was struggling to get out of the heart aperture. It wanted to approach those four pictures as soon as possible. Those four pictures surely concealed a secret related to the loose cultivator Li Tiansu. Song Shuhang gently touched his chest and used the true self meditation scripture to calm himself. Afterward, he grabbed the broken tyrant and rushed toward the formation on the ground. He had to take back the sword technique before the formation started operating. But just as he was approaching the blood-soaked formation, the blood on the floor gathered into a bloody mass as though it had its own will. Afterward, the mass of blood changed into a rain of arrows and shot toward Song Shuhang. Shield! Song Shuhang lightly shouted and raised his hands, activating the defensive ability of the ghost spirit. At the same time, he used the right hand to unsheath the treasure saber broken tyrant, pouring his true chi inside the blade. Ding, ding, ding! The blood arrows hit the shield as though they were solid entities, creating a melodious sound. After Song Shuhang advanced to the second stage, the small golden shield of the ghost spirit was also strengthened. But under the barrage of arrows, the small golden shield resisted only one wave of attacks before crumbling. Flaming saber! Song Shuhang gravely shouted. He spun his wrist and recalled the scene of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven displaying the flaming saber technique and unleashing heaven-burning saber intent. The blade rotated, and the blazing flames started to surge. Song Shuhang grasped the saber with both hands tightly and slashed in front of him. The flames changed into a crescent moon-shaped saber light, slashing toward the rain of arrows along with its heaven-burning saber intent. Boom tilde? When the saber chi and the blood arrows came in contact, the blood completely evaporated due to the heat. The flaming saber technique that Scarlet Heaven passed on to Shuhang was very powerful. After evaporating the arrows, the flaming slash directly headed toward the blood-soaked formation, ready to destroy it. No matter what the purpose of the formation was, destroying it would surely be a good thing. But just as the saber chi of the flaming saber technique entered the range of the formation, it was cut open by an invisible force, changing into several small flames. Then, it was cut again and again, becoming smaller and smaller until completely disappearing. Song Shuhang furrowed his brows a bit. What kind of technique did the opposite party use to disperse the chi of his flaming saber technique? Is this the space's ability to cut things? The nearby soft feather said in puzzlement. She felt that there was a chaotic space surrounding the blood-soaked formation, and all things that entered the area would be cut down by the power of space. It's indeed the power of space. Little friend Shuhang, don't be impatient. After all, good things only come to those who wait. Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled and added, this is a teleportation technique, and the surrounding rending space is generated right before the start of the technique due to the connection between the main world and the area surrounding the formation breaking off. The broken connection gives birth to a chaotic space that can act as a layer of defense when the teleportation starts. Anyway, I didn't expect that I would get to see the power of space here. It's really surprising. The power of space was something that only 9th stage tribulation transcenders could use. But the opposite party wasn't a 9th stage tribulation transcender, his strength was merely in the 4th stage realm. Therefore, what kind of treasure or secret technique did he use to arrange a teleportation technique? Venerable Spirit Butterfly was really curious. Just as Venerable Spirit Butterfly was speaking, in the center of the formation, a bloody ray of light appeared in the eyes of the mummified Mr. It seemed that the Mr. had a treasure with him that resonated with the formation arranged on the ground. It was precisely by relying on this treasure that he was able to arrange this space formation. The mummified Mr. slightly raised his head and strangely laughed. He, that senior over there seems really knowledgeable. Aha! Venerable Spirit Butterfly heartily laughed. Are you done playing dead? Since the star-shifting formation's already started, I'm currently inside the absolute defense lit generated. There is no need for me feign death anymore. The Mr. faintly smiled and continued, such being the case, ladies and gentlemen, as well as newly arrived disciples of the Chu family, it's time to part ways for real this time. As soon as he said those words, 6 disciples of the Chu family barged inside the room while wearing gas masks. Bastard! You dare to rob our family's sword technique, an impulsive disciple roared and rushed toward the formation. Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hand and stopped the disciple. Don't go over there. Chaotic space surrounded the star-shifting formation, and even the chi of the flaming saber technique was cut into pieces. This disciple would become mincemeat if were to get too close to the formation. Senior Sister Chu? The disciple looked at Song Shuhang in puzzlement. That's a space formation, and all the surrounding area has become a mass of chaotic space. If you run over there, you'll die, Song Shuhang quickly explained. What should we do then? Can we only helplessly watch as they steal the sword technique of our family? Those disciples wearing gas masks said in a depressed tone. Don't be impatient. Good things only come to those who wait, Song Shuhang said with an enigmatic expression on his face. Then, he glanced at Venerable Spirit Butterfly who had his hands crossed behind the back. After seeing his calm expression, Song Shuhang was also relieved. In the star-shifting formation, that Mr. strangely smiled. Miss Chu from the Chu family is really intelligent. What she said is correct, no matter how many of you rush over here, you're all going to die. It's not a surprise that you were able to comprehend that sword technique. I have a very high opinion of you. If we meet again in the future, I'll allow you to become a member of my harem. The Mr. admired Song Shuhang with his gaze while tightly hugging the picture scrolls. Song Shuhang immediately shivered all over. Soft Feather's cheeks bulged, she was trying her best not to laugh. Miss Choo Choo, let us meet again in the future. Goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. But before leaving, let me give you all a small present. The skinny mister smiled and snapped his fingers. Boom! The small ball-shaped objects hidden in the corners of the room suddenly detonated, and a dusty material engulfed all those present. Venerable Spirit Butterfly gently waved his hand, and a light wind started to blow, completely dispersing the dust. Hee hee! The strength of this senior is really incredible. It's regrettable, but it seems that the gift won't be of any use now. Anyway, that gift was only meant as a joke, and it wasn't something lethal. As he was speaking, the skinny mister started to sink inside the star-shifting formation. It felt as though he was merging with the earth. The teleportation process had finally started. The mister waved at Song Shuhang with a satisfied expression on his face. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. But right at this time, Venerable Spirit Butterfly swaggered toward the star-shifting formation. That mister, who had already sunk in the ground till the knees, looked at Venerable Spirit Butterfly in puzzlement. What was this powerful senior trying to do? Although he knew that this senior was incredibly powerful, the mister had absolute faith in the lethality of the chaotic space surrounding the formation. No one could break through that layer of chaotic space after the start of the formation. The only way to stop the formation was to destroy it before it was activated. Now that the teleportation process had started, no one could possibly stop him from leaving. Do you know something? Venerable Spirit Butterfly faintly smiled and said, there is no such thing as an absolute defense in this world, and the so-called absolute defense is called that way only because people lack the strength or the methods to break through it. Hee hee hee. Technically speaking, you are correct. The mister laughed. Then, the red light burning in his eyes suddenly shrank. What had he seen just now? The powerful senior before his eyes stretched his hand out and pierced through the space of the star-shifting formation. The absolute defense of the chaotic space didn't injure the arm of the senior in the slightest. Not even his clothes were damaged. Impossible! How can this be? The mister panicked. Is it possible that you can control the power of space? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393, Because of You, the green grass smells even better tilde. Chapter 393, Because of You, the green grass smells even better tilde. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Hee hee. Rather than controlling, I just slightly researched the power of space due to a certain coincidence. Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled. Didn't you say earlier that I was a well-informed senior? Then, I can't possibly disappoint you, right? As he was speaking, Venerable Spirit Butterfly used one hand to grab the sword technique to scroll from the mister's hands. In the midst of the mister's reluctance to admit defeat and rage, he slowly pulled the sword technique away from that star-shifting formation. Bastard, my sword technique! It belongs to me, it's mine! Mister frantically grabbed the scroll of the sword technique. That sword technique was an important part of his future plans, he couldn't let anyone take it away. Mister used all his strength to grab onto the sword technique. But how could his strength be compared to that of an experienced venerable? His struggle was for naught. The sword technique was ultimately pulled out of the star-shifting formation by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. But it wasn't only the scroll, the arms of that mister were pulled out as well. In the process of vying for that sword technique, both his arms got cut off by the chaotic space around that star-shifting formation, and pulled out of it by Venerable at the same time. However, they weren't human arms. They resembled machinery. Were those arms some magical treasure? Venerable Spirit Butterfly casually tossed the scroll towards Song Shuhang together with those arms. Song Shuhang opened Li Tiansu's scroll and speedily verified the authenticity of the content. Ah! At this time, the mister let out a beast-like roar, his body quickly sunk into the ground, leaving behind the top half of his head. When Song Shuhang opened the scroll, he realized he only had one scroll in his hands. He immediately called out, "Senior Spirit Butterfly, there is only one scroll, there are still 3 more on that fellow's body." And at this time, that Mister's head had already disappeared within that star-shifting formation. After his figure disappeared, the blood-soaked formation started burning up, turning into ashes. "There is no need to panic, little friend Shuhang." Venerable Spirit Butterfly pinched his chin and smiled. Those 3 sword technique scrolls were secretly exchanged by him during the process of our fight. Song Shuhang was speechless. "Senior Spirit Butterfly, you didn't do this on purpose, right? There is something on that fellow's body that piqued my interest. Don't worry, the sword technique scrolls would not be lost. If you're free these couple of days, let's look for him together, how about that?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly laughed. Song Shuhang forced a smile and nodded his head. Senior Spirit Butterfly's curiosity was rather exuberant. Fortunately, they managed to keep one of the scrolls. Song Shuhang opened the scroll and looked at it. It looked like the same as the one he saw in Choo Choo's dreamland. However, be it because it was not a complete set, or because there was only one scroll, the ghost spirit in Song Shuhang's heart aperture was very calm and quiet, displaying completely no reaction towards the scroll. Song Shuhang scrutinized it all over. He really couldn't see the secret hidden within the scroll. Ultimately, he could only drop it. He rolled up the scroll before securing it to his back properly. At this time, the 6 disciples of the Chu family asked, "Senior Sister Choo Choo, what do we do about the other 3 scrolls?" "There is no need to panic. In the next few days, this senior and I will definitely get it back," answered Song Shuhang. Perhaps his current appearance was very popular amongst the disciples of the Chu family. After his assurance, the disciples quietened down. Venerable Spirit Butterfly looked at the blood-stained ground and said, "Let's leave this place." Venerable Spirit Butterfly turned around and left the hidden room. Song Shuhang and Soft Feather followed close behind. Following behind them were the 6 disciples of the Chu family. Before the 6 disciples of the Chu family left, they brought out the 2 corpses of the traitors. As for the skins of the 4 servants, they were left behind untouched in the hidden room. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. When they were leaving, a lot of disciples of the Chu family that were wearing gas masks appeared. They were on their way to the hidden room. Venerable Spirit Butterfly furrowed his eyebrows. He did not want to be seen by so many disciples of the Chu family. "Little friend Shuhang, I'll leave first to meet with the fellow Taoists of 9 provinces No. 1 group. I will let you handle all these disciples of the Chu family." Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled at Song Shuhang. After finishing his sentence, without waiting for Song Shuhang's reply, Venerable Spirit Butterfly's figure had already disappeared, without a trace. At the same time, Soft Feather likewise disappeared. She could not even react when her father brought her away. Song Shuhang was left behind all alone in front of the door to the ancestral temple. Song Shuhang stared at the huge group of the disciples of the Chu family in front of him. The corner of his mouth twitched. Behind him, the 6 disciples of the Chu family with gas masks carrying the 2 bodies came out of the hidden room. "Senior Sister Choo Choo, where did the senior and that young lady go?" "They had some matters to attend to, they left first," Song Shuhang replied. In front, a group of disciples surrounded them and they all asked Song Shuhang, "Senior Sister Choo Choo, did something happen in the hidden room?" "Senior Sister Choo Choo, where are the intruders?" "Senior Sister, where are the enemies? They dare to come to our residence to stir trouble, we'll kill them." "Senior Sister Choo Choo, are the spiky fellows on the floor the enemies?" With everyone talking at once, as well as chanting "Senior Sister Choo Choo," Song Shuhang felt his liver hurt. He raised one hand up in the air, indicating for everyone to shut their mouths. "Everybody, be quiet." As everyone has seen, several intruders already died, but one of them managed to escape. This matter had temporarily come to an end. As for the rest, let's wait for the family leader to take care of it. Miss Choo Choo was rather popular in the Chu family. The disciples at the scene quieted down. Now, quickly send someone to the grievance settling platform and get some of our seniors to come back here and think of a way to dissipate the strange fog. As for the disciples who are wearing the gas masks, form a rescue team and carry those who lost consciousness out of the fog zone. If any of them are injured, treat their wounds. Seal off the hidden room's ancestral hall and do not let anybody enter. Stay vigilant and make sure to prevent people with ill intentions from taking advantage of the chaos to plunder. Song Shuhang used Chu Chu's identity to give orders. Apart from those, he could not think of anything else that he needed to do for now. After all, he was only but an ordinary student. It had not even been 2 months since he became a cultivator. They couldn't expect him to act as the leader of a clan and hold down the fort all by himself. In reality, Song Shuhang had already done exceptionally well. After he gave a couple of orders, the remaining members within the Chu family residence started to get busy in an orderly fashion. After waiting for the Chu family members to split up and get busy, the 6 disciples that followed into the hidden room used a soft voice to ask Song Shuhang, senior sister Chu Chu, how did these 2 disciples of the Chu family end up in the hidden room? When I entered the hidden room, they had already been killed. Song Shuhang shook his head. The 6 disciples wearing the gas masks clenched their teeth and said, "Damn bastards! Senior sister, we'll carry off the corpses of our 2 senior brothers to a secure place." There was sorrow within their voices. Song Shuhang nodded. Even the life of cultivators was sometimes very frail. Just as the 6 disciples carrying the corpses were about to leave, one of them suddenly stopped his tracks and started scratching his body. "Strange, it's so itchy," said the Chu family disciple. It seemed like a fuse. The rest of the disciples started scratching their bodies at the same time, while saying, "It's so itchy, it's so itchy." Song Shuhang asked, "What's the matter?" "So itchy." The 6 disciples started to tear their clothes and used all their might to scratch their body. When one of the disciples tore the thick outerwear, she revealed a huge patch of pure white skin. It was a female cultivator. Poison? Song Shuhang immediately thought of the final burst of dust that was spurted in the hidden room at the end. Next, he looked towards the 2 corpses. Ah, that was it. Even though the dust got dispersed by Venerable Spirit Butterfly, the dust was still in the hidden room. A lot of it must have landed on the 2 corpses. And the disciples of the Chu family who were in the process of moving the 2 bodies got poisoned as a result. It was a tyrannical poison. Song Shuhang said, "Use your qi and blood energy, see if it can expel the toxin." All 6 of the disciples were cultivators of the 1st stage realm. After hearing what he said, they activated the energy in their apertures and tried to curb their pain and itch. However, there weren't any results. When they used their qi and blood energy, it made their bodies even more in pain and itch instead. Tolerate it, do not scratch. Place the corpses at one side, don't let anyone else come in contact with the 2 corpses, Song Shuhang called out. The disciples immediately understood and hurriedly placed the 2 corpses of their comrades at the side. "You guys scatter around and do not move heedlessly," Song Shuhang said to the 6 disciples. After finishing his sentence, he carefully stepped ahead and approached one of them. At this time, if the 6 shook their bodies because of the itch, the dust particles would definitely land on his body. After he took a step forward, he went in front of one of the disciples and reached out his finger and pressed onto his wrist, maintaining some space between his finger and the wrist to prevent actual skin contact. Thereafter, Song Shuhang used the true qi in his dantian and carefully channeled it into the disciple's body. The true qi in his body, which came from practicing the Buddhist techniques, basic Buddhist fist technique, and true self-meditation scripture, had a restraining effect on poisons. However, it was his first time channeling his true qi into another cultivator's body. Hence, he was still unfamiliar with the process. When the true qi followed the wrist and got channeled into that disciple's body, Song Shuhang could feel his vision becoming clear. He felt that he could see the condition of the other party via the true qi as it advanced. Such an odd feeling. Song Shuhang faintly felt as though he had realized something. The true qi circulated one round around the disciple's body. Even though the poison did not get expelled from his body, it was subdued by the true qi, helping the disciple suppress the feeling of pain and itch. It was good that it was effective. Later, he would ask the 9 provinces #1 group seniors to find out more about what the poison was, and find a solution to deal with it. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief in his mind. Thereafter, he said to that disciple, "Don't worry, even though I've just suppressed the itch, later I'll." He initially wanted to say that he would look for a few seniors to deal with the poison in his body. But at this time, the disciple hesitated for a bit. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he opened his mouth out of habit and sang, because of you, the green grass smells even better. ~1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, Fellow Daoist Medicine Master, prepare another 2 beds. Chapter 394, Fellow Daoist Medicine Master, prepare another 2 beds. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang. All the cultivators he recently met had a rather eccentric personality. Why couldn't he just meet slightly normal cultivators? For example, the ones that had high integrity and bearing and didn't care in the slightest about worldly affairs. He. The Chu family cultivator who had a brain fade just now made a hollow laugh. Song Shuhang sighed and used the same method on the other disciples, temporarily suppressing the effects of the poison. Next, he told them to defend the entrance of the secret room. Since it was better for them not to get in touch with other people, it was wise to have them stay here and defend the entrance while he was out looking for help to cure their poison. After settling the matter, Song Shuhang put the scroll on his back and headed toward the grievance settling platform. Hopefully, the family leader wouldn't get a heart attack after hearing that that sword technique had been stolen. Before leaving, Song Shuhang conveniently borrowed the clothes of one of the disciples. He was planning to look for a remote place to change his clothes and remove the effects of the shape-shifting brooch after leaving the Chu family. Then, he only needed to look for Senior White and have his voice changed back. Today's experience would surely become part of his black history, part of those awful experiences he couldn't bear to recall. As soon as he learned this memory sealing technique, the first thing he would seal was this damned memory. It was such an awful memory that it made him feel an indescribable amount of shame. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, on the grievance settling platform, the battle between illusory sword schools Zhen Yuanhai and Chu family's Chu Kangbue was about to end. Zhen Yuanhai wasn't Chu Kangbue's match. Even if the latter was seriously injured and had yet to recover, just by relying on the difference in realm, he was able to suppress Zhen Yuanhai completely. Boom! Sword Chi flashed out and a magical technique followed with all its power. Soon after, a powerful explosion echoed. Zhen Yuanhai was sent flying by the attack. His face was deathly pale, and the right arm holding the sword was blown to pieces by Chu Kangbue's sword Chi, making it impossible to heal it. Even his flying sword was broken in half due to the technique Chu Kangbue unleashed in the next moment. After losing his dominant arm, Zhen Yuanhai's fighting capacity greatly diminished. He became one of the weakest cultivators amongst the 4th stage realm. You lost, Chu Kangbue said in a grave tone. Zhen Yuanhai fiercely coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He didn't merely lose his right arm, he even suffered several internal injuries. Unless he got his hands on a miraculous medicine, it was unlikely that he would get past this year's winter. I admit defeat. Zhen Yuanhai deeply sighed. As soon as he said those words, he who did not have much left to live became even older. It felt as though he could die at any moment. At this time, disciples of the illusory sword school had unsightly expressions on their faces, while the disciples of the Chu family were loudly cheering and shouting, letting out all their pent-up feelings. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The supervisor of the grievance settling platform, Eternal Sword Sect's Peng Shenghai, declared, the winner of the 3rd category of the grievance settling platform is the Chu family. Although the general level of this session of the grievance settling platform wasn't too high, the 2 supervisors from the Eternal Sword Sect felt physically and emotionally exhausted after completing their task. Luckily, the Eternal Sword Sect dispatched 2 5th stage spiritual emperors to oversee the matches. two cultivators of the fourth stage innate realm wouldn't have been able to deal with today's session. Who would have thought that the Chu family would suddenly produce an old ancestor of the fifth stage golden core realm? Moreover, they didn't expect that the Chu family could successfully invite so many powerful cultivators at once. After announcing the end of the match, the duty of the two supervisors had finally come to an end. Soon after, the other supervisor, Peng Qianyin, said, "According to the rules of this round of the grievance settling platform, the Chu family can put forward its terms to the illusory sword school." After hearing these words, Zhen Yuanhai really felt his heart twitch. Originally, he was planning to defeat the Chu family on the grievance settling platform and have them hand over their sword technique. He didn't expect that it would be his illusory sword school that would lose. Moreover, it lost thoroughly. Given the disposition of the Chu family, they would likely ask the illusory sword school to move away from his stretch of land. Afterward, they would occupy the former territory of the illusory sword school and take over the spiritual land they used to cultivate. Zhen Yuanhai investigated the Chu family earlier, and from what he learned, the leader of the Chu family intended to put forward this request after the battle on the grievance settling platform. Would the illusory sword school have to leave the founding place of their sect where they had stayed for hundreds of years? Put forward our terms? I almost forgot that the grievance settling platform had such a rule. Chu Kangbua laughed. Then, he stretched out his finger and said, "My terms are very simple. I want the illusory sword scripture of the illusory sword school." Since Chu Kangbua made his appearance, it meant that his injury had recovered for the greater part. With his strength of the fifth stage realm, he wasn't afraid of the illusory sword school. Now, it was the Chu family's turn to suppress the illusory sword school. If the illusory sword school knew its limitations, they would automatically move away from this stretch of land. Otherwise, Chu Kangbua wouldn't stand on ceremony and get into action. Whatever the illusory sword school did to them in the past weeks and months, the Chu family would return it 100-fold. After all, the Chu family wasn't a Buddhist sect and wasn't kind-hearted and forgiving. After hearing these terms, Zhen Yuanhai was dumbfounded. The illusory sword scripture was their school's treasured technique. Although the level of this technique wasn't too high and could only let one reach the fourth stage innate realm, its offensive power was still quite good. But if we were to consider only stances, it was an average sword technique amongst other techniques of the same level. Impossible! Zhen Yuanhai subconsciously roared. How could they let someone else have the most precious technique of their school? If the illusory sword scripture were to spread in the outside world, could the illusory sword school still call itself that way? At the time, they might as well change their name to Illusory Sword School 2.0. Hee hee. Chu Kangbua laughed and didn't pay attention to Zhen Yuanhai. He turned toward the supervisor and said, "I've put forward my terms. Now, I hope you supervisors would uphold justice." The two supervisors silently nodded and said, "We'll truthfully report this matter to our superiors after returning to the sect. We can guarantee that the illusory sword scripture will be in our hands within a week." I really admire the impartiality of you fellow Taoists. Chu Kangbua cupped his fists and ignored Zhen Yuanhai's protests. What was the point of protesting now? And what was the point of having supervisors if the rules weren't going to be respected? We're just doing our job. Brother Chu is too polite. Eternal Sword School's Peng Shanghai faintly smiled and saluted Chu Kangbua. Since the grievance settling platform has come to an end, our task has also come to an end. Now, we need to return to our sect and report everything that has happened. Brother Chu, we'll take our leave then. Afterward, the two spiritual emperors of the Eternal Sword sect headed toward the camp of the Chu family and bid farewell to the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. After all, so many powerful people were sitting in a row and couldn't be easily neglected. After saying goodbye, the two spiritual emperors rode their flying swords and disappeared on the horizon. Now, the battle of the grievance settling platform was truly over. The members of the Chu family cheered even more loudly. On the other hand, the people of the illusory sword school, Zhen Yuanhai included, had deathly pale looks. They slowly started to vacate the place with helpless and miserable expressions. Only the pig-headed Xu Zheng stared at the Chu family with hateful eyes. He was tightly grasping his phone. On the screen was a message he received from that Mr. earlier: the plan succeeded. People of the Chu family, be happy while you can. You'll have plenty of time to cry once you discover that your sword technique was stolen. Xu Zheng thought to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After the end of the battle, a sword light flashed in the sky, and a flying sword descended into the camp of the Chu family. The newcomer was Liu Jiani. He was here to deliver Iron Trigram. After arriving in front of the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group, Liu Jiani placed Iron Trigram down and greeted them. Jiani greets all the seniors. After seeing the disciple of an old friend, True Monarch Yellow Mountain teased him, "It's Jiani. Have you been properly slacking off lately?" "Aha waha." Liu Jiani forced a smile. "Eh? Isn't this Copper Trigram's beloved disciple? Iron Trigram? What exactly happened to him? Why is he injured so heavily?" Northern River's loose cultivator asked after seeing Iron Trigram's condition. Liu Jiani quickly explained, "My teacher met fellow Daoist Iron Trigram on his way here. After seeing that he was gravely injured, my teacher decided to save him and bring him here. From the looks of it, he seemed to have been injured by a powerful explosion. In which dangerous place did this poor guy end up? These injuries seem somewhat familiar. For some unknown reason, they remind me of Scholar Zhan Gong. Now that you mention it, they do indeed look similar. Was this poor guy really hit by a nuclear bomb? Now, which fellow Daoist has some free time and can deliver him to Medicine Master's place? While you're at it, remember to notify Copper Trigram as well so that he can pay the medical fee to Medicine Master," Northern River's loose cultivator said. "His Copper Trigram disciple? And one has to notify Copper Trigram to go to Medicine Master's place?" The eyes of the nearby fairy Lychee immediately lit up. She quickly raised her hand and said, Me. I'll deliver him to Medicine Master's place. I'm very free recently, grr." That last sound was Fairy Lychee expressing her anger. "Such being the case, we'll trouble Fairy Lychee." Northern River's loose cultivator gave the thumbs up. "Fellow Daoists, since a life is at stake, I'll immediately depart. Little Lychee will leave first." Fairy Lychee cupped her fists and saluted her fellow Daoists before summoning her flying sword and ascending to the sky together with Iron Trigram. On her way, Fairy Lychee quickly took out True Monarch Yellow Mountain's phone. She currently didn't have her phone with her, so she borrowed Yellow Mountain's. Next, she sent a message to Immortal Master Copper Trigram, "Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, quickly head toward Medicine Master's place. Your disciple Iron Trigram was seriously injured. Additionally, remember to bring along enough money to cover the medical expenses." Afterward, she sent a message to Medicine Master, "Fellow Daoist Medicine Master, get ready 2 of your best hospital beds." Medicine Master replied with a question mark. Why were so many fellow Daoists asking him to ready hospital beds lately? Even White Crane booked one earlier. What was happening? Copper Trigram's disciple, Iron Trigram, was seriously injured and he needs to be hospitalized, while the other one is for fellow Daoist Copper Trigram himself. Senu_white_smile. After sending the message, Fairy Lychee's mood improved greatly. After pondering for a moment, she lifted the phone and took a selfie. Her originally cloudy mood had finally cleared up. Her current state of mind was excellent. Medicine Master scratched his head in puzzlement and said to the nearby Rivoli Purple Mist, prepare 2 beds. It seems that Copper Trigram and Iron Trigram are seriously injured. Sure, Rivoli Purple Mist replied straightforwardly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, I want to hold a hand-guided tractor competition. Chapter 395, I want to hold a hand-guided tractor competition. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The grievance settling platform has finally come to an end. What now? The seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group discussed amongst themselves in a low voice. Right at this time, Chu Kangwa descended from the platform and headed toward them with large strides. He wanted to show his hospitality and ask them to be guests of the Chu family. While at it, he hoped to befriend them too. On the other hand, Liu Jiani shot a glance at the evacuating people of the illusory sword school. Finally, his gaze locked the spiritual emperors that were previously backing the illusory sword school and oppressing the disciples of the Chu family. I better catch those too. If I do that, perhaps teacher's mood would improve, and I'll have more opportunities to slack off. Liu Jiani muttered to himself. After thinking this much, he bid farewell to the seniors of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group and quietly followed the evacuating people of the illusory sword school, keeping a close watch on the 2 spiritual emperors. For the sake of slacking off, Liu Jiani was giving his best. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Liu Jiani was closely following the 2 spiritual emperors, 2 figures quietly appeared behind him. They were Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Soft Feather. Although Venerable Spirit Butterfly knew that Liu Jiani had already reached the 5th stage realm, he still felt somewhat uneasy when he decided to secretly follow those 2 spiritual emperors. Thereupon, Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Soft Feather likewise followed behind Liu Jiani. Teachers were always like this. On one side, they wanted their disciples to find opportunities to improve themselves. On the other side, they were afraid that they would end up in a dangerous situation that was too much to handle. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Chu Kangwa arrived in front of the members of the group and warmly invited them to be guests of the Chu family. The members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group glanced at Venerable White. Senior White was still fiddling with the laptop and ordering the expression packages of his fellow Taoists. After seeing the scene, all the present took a deep breath. It seemed that Venerable White still wanted to have some fun. Such being the case, they might as well go to the Chu family, and after Senior White was done ordering the packages, they would wait and see what he had in mind. But right at this time, a far-off disciple of the Chu family sped toward them. Family leader, family leader. There was an accident, the disciple of the Chu family called out while running. The leader of the Chu family furrowed his brows and asked, Chu Xueluo, calm down. What happened? After arriving in front of the group, the disciple named Chu Xueluo gasped for breath and said, Family leader, someone sneaked into the secret room and stole the sword technique of our family. Moreover, the enemy released a strange fog in the core area of our clan. Many of the clansmen are currently unconscious. As soon as Chu Xueluo finished his report, the cheering camp of the Chu family immediately fell silent. Someone barged into the Chu family and stole the sword technique? The leader of the Chu family hurriedly asked, Where are those guys now? Many of them were killed by senior sister Chu Chu and her friends, but one of them managed to get away with the sword technique. While speaking, Chu Xueluo saw the real Chu Chu sitting next to Venerable White. Chu Xueluo opened his eyes wide and said, Eh? Senior sister Chu Chu, how come you're here already? The real Chu Chu beckoned with her hand and said, I'll explain later. What is the current situation in the family? Although confused, Chu Xueluo kept explaining, Before I came here, the clansmen already mobilized. They treated those affected by the strange fog and sent a few people to guard the entrance to the secret room. Afterward, I was entrusted to come here and notify the family leader and the others. After hearing this much, Chu Kangwa said to the family leader, Wen Yang, bring the other clansmen back and take a look at the situation. I'll follow in a while. Chu Wenyang nodded and said goodbye to the seniors of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, swiftly returning to the Chu family with the majority of the clansmen. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Chu Kangwa forced a smile and said to the members of the group, Originally, I was planning to invite you to the Chu family to show you my hospitality, but I didn't expect that there would be a sudden accident. True Monarch Yellow Mountain faintly smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Chu, no one can predict unexpected matters. You should take care of the matters related to your family first. As for us, we'll stay in the surrounding for a while, and we can visit you later. At the time, I hope you won't complain that we're too noisy. Ahaha, of course not. I'll leave Chu Chu, Chunying, and several other disciples behind to show you the way. After I'm done settling this matter, I'll ask you to give me another opportunity to show you my hospitality, Chu Kungwa said after cupping his hands. The other members of the group smiled and bid him farewell. Chu Kungwa operated his flying sword and quickly headed toward the territory of the Chu family. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. What should we do now that we're unable to go to the Chu family? Northern River's loose cultivator said. They couldn't just sit there and stare at the sky, right? But right at this time, Venerable White spoke. I want to hold a competition. Question mark. The members of the group turned their heads around and looked at Venerable White curiously. From what I remember, the flying sword competition that is held every 10 years should be about to start, right? Venerable White pressed the enter key on the laptop, uploading all the source material regarding the expression packages of his fellow Taoists in the group space. Then, he closed the laptop and looked at the members of the group. The flying sword competition? Yeah, it should be about time. Senior White, are you planning to preside over this session of the flying sword competition? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked out of curiosity. Venerable White's eyes beamed. No. After all, there isn't a category of the flying sword competition that I can participate in. Therefore, I decided to create a new event altogether. If Venerable White were wearing glasses at this time and were to push them up, reflecting the incoming rays of the sun, the scene would have been even more perfect. Northern River's loose cultivator asked out of curiosity, a new event. Is it also related to flying swords? No, it's not related to flying swords, Venerable White calmly said. I was planning to hold a hand-guided tractor competition. Silence fell. An awkward silence. In an area of 100 square meters, even the sound of a pin dropping would be audible. Senior White, wait a moment. I think my ears had problems and I didn't hear correctly. What type of competition is that? Thrice reckless Mad Saber cleaned his ears and asked. A hand-guided tractor competition. Venerable White pronounced every word clearly. Afterward, he also added, that vehicle with 4 wheels and an open-topped container attached behind. PFFF Miss Choo Choo couldn't help but laugh. Miss Choo Choo was the type of person that would laugh at the smallest thing. She immediately imagined the seniors before her eyes, Daoist priests, great masters, fairy maidens, swordsmen, fortune tellers, sabersmen, driving hand-guided tractors. Afterward, she imaged them picking up the crank and inserting it into the engine of the tractor, spinning it again and again to start it up. That scene was simply too amusing. After starting the tractors, black smoke would rise toward the sky. The seniors would finally sit on the vehicles, shaking along with them as they were speeding along the road, competing against each other. I need to stop, my chest hurts. I forgot that I'm still seriously injured. Laughing too much would open up my wounds again. So painful, but I can't stop laughing. I'll really get an internal injury. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. All the members of the group were dumbfounded. They even cleaned their ears, hoping that they had misheard. When they imaged themselves driving hand-guided tractors, they were unsure how to describe the scene properly. But that wasn't the main problem. The main problem was that Venerable White wanted to hold the competition together with the flying sword competition that was held every 10 years. Each time, a myriad of cultivators would reunite to either participate or spectate the flying sword competition. There were simply too many people to count. Such being the case, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group were too ashamed of driving hand-guided tractors in front of everyone. At the time, this matter regarding the hand-guided tractor competition would spread in the entire world of cultivators through the mouths of the spectators. No, 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 no. They absolutely couldn't let Venerable White hold this hand-guided tractor competition. They had to think of the perfect excuse to stop him. Senior White, hand-guided tractors are too slow, and they can reach a speed of 20 to 30 kilometers per hour at most. Can we change the vehicle and pick something not as boring? For example, sports cars? Northern River's loose cultivator was worthily the always online holy warrior of the 9 provinces #1 group. He found a good excuse and immediately took the lead, launching his offensive against Venerable White. "That's why I'm not going to hold a normal hand-guided tractor competition," Venerable White said calmly. "All the hand-guided tractors would be modified. Be it either through magical techniques, runes, formations, or mechanical improvements, all methods to improve their speed and resistance are allowed. As long as the vehicle remains a hand-guided tractor, everything is allowed. Therefore, speed is not a problem." Northern River's loose cultivator -1000 HP, KO'd. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber followed right after and said, "Senior White, hand-guided tractors can only run on land. This competition isn't going to be as interesting as normal flying sword competitions. You don't need to worry about this point, either. I've already thought of a solution." Venerable White stretched his hand out and pointed toward a distant place. "Driving only on land is indeed rather boring. Therefore, we should give the tractors the ability to run on the surface of the water. At the time, we'll choose a location near the sea. Only the first half of the competition will be on land, and one portion will be held on the surface of the sea. We can consider even more exciting patterns if you wish. Anyway, I'm sure that it will be rather fun to drive on the surface of the sea and cleave through waves and wind." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber -1000 HP, KO'd. Next, True Monarch White Crane stood up. Up until now, it had been shrinking into a corner and trying not to draw the attention of the other members since it was the main cause of everything. But now, it stepped forward courageously. "Senior White," True Monarch White Crane said earnestly. All the fellow Taoists couldn't help but shot a glance at True Monarch White Crane. At this critical moment, White Crane suddenly stepped forward. Was the sun rising in the west? Venerable White responded, "Senior White, I raise both my hands, feet, and 6 wings to approve of this idea of yours. This hand-guided tractor competition seems really exciting. I approve of it, and I want to be the first one to participate." True Monarch White Crane said with a solemn expression on its face. All fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group clenched their teeth. Was it allowed to give rise to sudden traffic accidents during the hand-guided tractor competition? If it was allowed, several fellow Taoists were thinking of involving True Monarch White Crane in a lot of traffic accidents that it would remember for the rest of its life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, True Monarch Yellow Mountain's Gift. Chapter 396, True Monarch Yellow Mountain's Gift. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. True Monarch White Crane majestically swept its eyes over all his fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. If it were a flying sword competition or a martial arts competition, it wouldn't dare to behave authoritatively in front of its fellow Taoists from the group. But if it were a car race, it had nothing to fear. Once, it transformed into an ordinary human being and won several world-class level car tournaments in a row. Back in those days, its alter ego was hailed as the king of racing cars. Even though a hand-guided tractor wasn't a race car, generally speaking, it was still a type of vehicle. As long as it had 4 wheels, as long as it was a vehicle that had wheels, True Monarch White Crane was confident of becoming the champion. If I emerge victorious in the hand-guided tractor competition, I would definitely get closer to Venerable White, strengthening our relationship, right? True Monarch White Crane thought that way. Hence, it took a step forward courageously. So what if all the fellow Taoists in 9 Provinces No. 1 group were against him? Let the rainstorm rage on even stronger, it had absolutely nothing to fear. The fellow Taoists within the group looked at each other. Some of them silently nodded and clenched their fists. That stupid bird was too arrogant. Even though it was already in the 6th stage True Monarch realm, the people that had the same rank would definitely teach it a lesson that it would never forget for its entire life. Good. Venerable White laughed and continued, also, a competition must have a prize or reward. Since I'm the one who organized this competition, I'll be the one preparing the reward. The top 6, the top 5 participants of this hand-guided tractor will have the opportunity to come with me to explore some ruins on the bottom of the sea. Originally, Venerable White wanted to bring 6 fellow Taoists to enter the ruins, but one of the slots was given to True Monarch White Crane in advance as remuneration for helping him settle the issue of Instructor Lee Jr. ending up in the West. Ruins? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked out of curiosity. Senior White, what kind of ruins? They're ruins with a long history, seemingly artifacts belonging to the previous era. Before I last went into secluded meditation, I accidentally collided with a warship and chanced upon those ruins, but because I was about to go into secluded meditation, I did not stop to explore them. Hence, I sealed the entrance and hid it, explained Venerable White. Previous era should be referring to the era of the previous wielder of the will. After Venerable White's speech, the fellow Taoists in the group immediately developed a huge interest in it. Something belonging to the previous era? If that was the case, would there be information pertaining to its immortality? During the era of the previous wielder of the will, there were a lot of geniuses that had what it took to carry the will of the heavens and hence managed to create their own way to immortality. Even though they were unable to carry the will of the heavens and become eternal and everlasting, they were still able to surpass the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm, getting access to the secret of immortality. In the present era, if there were still some perfectly preserved ruins from the era of the previous wielder of the will, there was 80 to 90% chance that they would be able to find information pertaining to immortality. This was something related to immortality. Even though it was the way to immortality that someone else had developed, it could be used as a reference to create one's own way to immortality in the future. Immediately, many fellow Taoists were itching to be a part of it. Cough, cough. Baboon version Thrice Reckless Mad Saber patted his chest and said, Senior White, how can you leave me out of a meaningful event such as the hand-guided tractor competition? Let's drive hand-guided tractors, welcoming the morning sun, heading towards a bright new era. I, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, want to join the competition. Nobody can stop me from joining. After Thrice Reckless' speech, next to him, the female disciple of the Chu family that was in charge of being everyone's guide blinked and asked curiously, Eh? Senior, wasn't your Tao name Su Clan 7? This female disciple still remembered that this senior that had turned into a baboon should be called Su Clan 7. Previously, when he was threatening the school head of Illusory Sword Sect, he said, You don't need to make inquiries to know that I, Spirit River Su Clan 7, really like challenging schools in one-to-one battles. How overbearing was that? With that one statement, the school head of the Illusory Sword Sect, Xu Zheng, quietly removed his Daoist robe in front of everyone. It was in that moment that this female disciple of the Chu family became Su Clan 7's loyal fan. Hence, she remembered that his Tao name was Su Clan 7. She even felt that the senior's current monkey form was still awesome and suave. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was speechless. PFFF Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator, Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Dharma King Creation, and True Monarch Fallout all started to laugh. Eh? Chu Kong blinked in puzzlement. Perhaps she said something wrong? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber immediately got an internal injury. With Thrice Reckless Mad Saber taking the initiative, the fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces #1 group started hitting their chests, expressing their desire to join the trendy hand-guided tractor competition one after another. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, Senior White, count me in, for the sake of the previous era's ruins. Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator said, come to think of it, the hand-guided tractor competition might even be interesting. Actually, I had driven a hand-guided tractor many years ago. At that time, it was very trendy having a hand-guided tractor, Cave Lord Snow Wolf said. Judging from his expression, it seemed that he was planning to assume his real form while participating in the competition. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said, actually, I used to have a factory that manufactured hand-guided tractors. I am definitely gonna be in the top 5. Facing the enticement of the previous era's ruins, integrity or whatever would be replenished after a good night's sleep. Finally, True Monarch Yellow Mountain calmly put down the bowl in his hands after finally finishing his rice and said, in that case, I will provide the hand-guided tractors needed for the competition. The people who are participating in the competition, please sign up with me. I will provide a batch of hand-guided tractors in the shortest possible time based on the number of participants. True monarch Yellow Mountain would never tell the fellow Taoists in the group that when Venerable White expressed his intention to learn driving, he sent him a hand-guided tractor, he. In that case, it's delightfully decided, the fellow Taoists in the group started to register their names. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After adding up the number of participants, True monarch Yellow Mountain thought of something and asked, "Right, did little friend Shu Hang come back? Is there something you need from him, True monarch?" asked Northern River's loose cultivator. "Yeah, it's about time to give him a big gift." As True monarch Yellow Mountain spoke, he grabbed little Dudu. Dudu shouted, "What do you want, stupid Yellow Mountain?" "Time for you to go home," said True monarch Yellow Mountain. "I don't want to. If I go home after you ordered me to, where's my pride?" Dudu said in an aloof manner. "At the very least, you need to personally cross 1,000 mountains and waters and use all your power to look for me, then bring me back. This is the most basic sincerity. Do you know sincerity?" True monarch Yellow Mountain laughed. "Don't throw tantrums, you've played outside long enough. Don't bother little friend Song Shu Hang anymore. It's time to go back home." I don't want to. I still want to shoot a movie with Song Shu Hang. I am the main lead's Peking East. I want to become a superstar. I definitely don't want to go back." Dudu waved his claws and shouted with all his might. "This time, you have no say in it." True monarch Yellow Mountain reached out with his hand and fished for a dog leash, then put it on Dudu. "Stupid Yellow Mountain, I'm gonna fight with you till the end." Dudu clenched his teeth. "I suggest you quickly remove my dog leash, or else don't blame me for being rude. I am going to sing the stupid Yellow Mountain song." True monarch Yellow Mountain was speechless. Before Dudu could open his mouth to sing, Yellow Mountain hurriedly snapped his fingers. Thereafter, the dog collar's function got activated. A ray of light flashed. When Dudu opened his mouth, what came out was woof 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 tilde. Eh? Why was it just barking? After barking a couple of times, Dudu was puzzled. Thereafter, he tried changing the language and opened his mouth again. Woof 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 woof. I still cannot speak human words? Dudu had a mental breakdown. He tried to use several languages at once, but all he could do was bark, and even then, his barks were weak. This is a newly created dog collar. Not long ago, I realized that the mute function in the group chat was useful. Hence, I tried to modify your dog collar to match it. True monarch Yellow Mountain was very pleased with his work. Actually, this version of the muting technique did not mute sounds. It merely prevented Dudu from speaking in the human language. He could only bark. Woof 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 tilde. Dudu kept trying to shout, but the dog collar was too powerful. Even when he shouted with all his might, his voice was only a little louder and sounded like a small dog's adorable bark. Everything is now quiet. Very good, exclaimed True monarch Yellow Mountain. Dudu rolled his eyes. He was truly depressed. True monarch Yellow Mountain actually made the muting technique a reality. He could not happily have fun anymore. Thrice reckless Mad Saber moved closer and scratched Dudu's chin, exclaiming, "Indeed, Dudu is much cuter when he doesn't speak in human language." Howl tilde. Dudu leapt and pounced on Thrice reckless Mad Saber's head, then opened his mouth wide and bit his head. Then, either blood or saliva started to flow down Thrice reckless forehead. Thrice reckless Mad Saber was speechless. Northern River's loose cultivator turned his head around, took out his phone and took the opportunity to snap a picture of Thrice reckless and Dudu. A picture of a Pekingese biting a monkey in a Daoist robe. It was a great portrait. Even though they were of different species, when one looked at the portrait, the poetry line, "We are born of the same root, why the rush to kill each other," would come to mind. True monarch Yellow Mountain reached out and pulled Dudu away from Thrice reckless head. Thereafter, True monarch Yellow Mountain said, "Since I have to ship the hand-guided tractors to this place, I thought we should agree on which gift we should give to little friend Song Shu Hang as well. Speaking of which, I already owe him 2 gifts, one for taking care of Dudu for an extended period of time, and another one for completing the task of receiving Venerable White when he came out of secluded meditation." Eh? The gift for receiving me when I got out of secluded meditation? Venerable White turned his head around and blinked his eyes in curiosity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, Venerable White's Interjections. Chapter 397, Venerable White's Interjections. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. When I established the 9 Provinces No. 1 group together with Deluo Sect's Rain Moon and Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the idea was to support and motivate the junior cultivators in the group. For example, some of us would issue small and easy tasks inside the group like collecting materials and give them to the juniors. After the completion of the task, we seniors would give them a gift. That was the idea behind the creation of the group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain explained. Oh. Venerable White nodded and said, such being the case, I'll personally give a gift to little friend Song Shuhang for receiving me after I came out of secluded meditation. Northern River's loose cultivator quickly said, this is inappropriate. If Senior White wants to give little friend Song Shuhang an additional gift, that's fine. As for our gift, we agreed earlier that we would give little friend Shuhang one. It can be said that we're giving him this gift in the capacity of seniors. Speaking of which, at the time, he and several other seniors tricked the naive Song Shuhang into accepting the task to receive Senior White. While they were tricking him, they promised him all sorts of benefits. If they didn't give him a gift now, wouldn't they be laughed at by the younger generation? Venerable White nodded and said, in that case, I'll leave it to you. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Thereupon, the seniors of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group started to discuss as to what they should gift to Song Shuhang. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, now then, what kind of item does little friend Shuhang need the most right now? For a cultivator, it's essential to have cultivation techniques. Little friend Song Shuhang just advanced to the 2nd stage True Master Realm and is now in need of a technique to train his true chi so that he can keep advancing. From what I remember, he only has the body-tempering basic Buddhist fist technique he got from Medicine Master, right? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. True Monarch Yellow Mountain silently nodded. In that case, let's decide which cultivation technique would fit little friend Song Shuhang. Possibly a Buddhist technique that can match with the basic Buddhist fist technique. At this time, Venerable White suddenly interjected, he doesn't really need cultivation techniques. In the past few days, I chanced upon a very interesting sect. I met the remaining disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. They had a portion of the 33 Divine Beasts technique which I managed to obtain, and I'm currently studying it. When the time comes, I'll conveniently teach it to little friend Song Shuhang. Northern River's loose cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up as he asked, the 33 Divine Beasts technique? Is it that legendary technique that can allow the user to condense a pseudo-innate true chi inside their body? If it's really that technique, it's very fitting for little friend Song Shuhang. After all, he missed the best period to practice. Venerable White faintly smiled and nodded. Such being the case, we don't need to worry about cultivation techniques, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said with a nod. It was really a pity though, he felt that little friend Song Shuhang was really suited for Buddhist techniques. Now then, what suitable gift can we give to little friend Song Shuhang? True Monarch White Crane said, aside from cultivation techniques, cultivators are very reliant on movement techniques. Speed is essential for cultivators. Quickly escaping can sometimes save one's life. White Crane's words were reasonable. Sometimes, powerful attacks or defense were not as useful as simply running away. Northern River's loose cultivator approved and said, now that I think about it, it seems that little friend Song Shuhang indeed lacks a movement technique. Such being the case, should we gift him a movement technique? After hearing this much, Venerable White once more interjected, he doesn't need movement techniques, either. A while ago, I taught him a scholarly movement technique, the Virtuous Man's 10,000-Mile Walk. This movement technique is rather interesting. As the saying goes, reading 1,000 books is not as good as traveling for 1,000 miles. The more it's used, the better are its effects. It's enough for him till he reaches the third stage realm. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Northern River's Loose Cultivator. True Monarch White Crane. All the other fellow Taoists were speechless as well. Cough, cough. Since he doesn't need cultivation or movement techniques, how about gifting him a sword technique or something of the sort? As far as I can see, he only has a flaming saber technique, and his attack power is quite lacking, Dharma King Creation advised. When he was fighting on the grievance settling platform earlier, Song Shuhang used nothing but the flaming saber technique. Everyone noticed this point. Northern River's Loose Cultivator nodded and said, "That's also true. Although I felt that his flaming saber was a bit special, it's not a bad idea to give him an additional offensive technique." After hearing this much, Venerable White interjected again, "Sword techniques and the likes are also useless. Some time ago, the corpse of the Loose Cultivator Li Tiansu crashed next to little friend Song Shuhang, forming some karma with him. This karma is also related to the Chu family. After this karma is settled, he should be able to obtain a fine sword technique." The nearby Chu Chu blinked her eyes. This karma was also related to the Chu family? Although she didn't know who this Li Tiansu was, it seemed that Song Shuhang had decided to help them because of him. Dharma King Creation. Northern River's Loose Cultivator. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. All the other fellow Taoists were speechless as well. Then, how about giving him the opportunity to train inside a secret realm? Cave Lord Snow Wolf said. Little Song Shuhang just advanced to the second stage realm. Therefore, he can conveniently train inside a secret realm and make use of the spiritual energy inside, both consolidating his cultivation realm and strengthening his physical body. Cave Lord Snow Wolf favored this method a lot. When he was only an ordinary small snow wolf, he inadvertently entered an ownerless secret realm suited for practicing. From that point onwards, the gates of cultivation opened for him. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple nodded and said, "This reward isn't bad. I recommend to give him the opportunity to train inside a spirit vein type secret realm. With that, he'll be baptized by the spirit veins inside the secret realm and build a solid foundation for his future path of cultivation." Spirit vein type secret realm referred to those secret realms suited for practice that contained huge spirit veins. After advancing to the second stage, the practitioner would be baptized after he came in contact with the spirit vein for the first time. This baptism would give him a lot of benefits. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple's voice had yet to fade when Venerable White interjected again. "A spirit vein type secret realm is also useless. A while ago, little friend Song Shuhang obtained 16 precious herbs from the mysterious island, all of them that skeletal dragons withered vine, and gave them to Su Clan 7. Afterward, 7 promised that he would bring Song Shuhang into the first layer of the Spirit River secret realm to practice. The Spirit River secret realm was the symbol of the Su clan, and it was a first-class secret realm amongst spirit vein-type secret realms. The effects were tens of times better than ordinary spirit vein-type secret realms. Cave Lord Snow Wolf. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. All the other fellow Taoists were speechless as well. At this time, the hearts of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group were in turmoil. At first, they thought that little friend Song Shuhang had cheated in order to advance to the second stage realm in mere 2 months, but now, they discovered that it was merely the tip of the iceberg. After advancing to the second stage realm, he already had cultivation and movement techniques. In a short time, he would obtain a sword technique, and he just had to wait a bit more to get an opportunity to train inside a secret realm. And speaking of Su Clan 7, everyone remembered that he once promised that he would bring Song Shuhang to the Immortal Feast. That was another huge benefit. But there was a problem. What did Shuhang lack right now? It seemed like he didn't lack anything right now. What were these seniors supposed to gift him? Was it possible that they could only give him money, spirit stones, as a gift? That would be quite lame. True Monarch Fallout proposed, "Then, let's settle for the second best choice. How about something like talismans or magical treasures? If used well, these items can almost give a second life to cultivators." After True Monarch Fallout made his proposition, everyone looked at Venerable White. It was an instinctive reaction. They refused to believe that he didn't need talismans or magical treasures either. After pondering for a moment, Venerable White said, "I'm not too sure about talismans, but it seems that little friend Song Shuhang has a blood god crystal in his hands and is planning to carry out a transaction with fellow Daoist 7 Lives talisman, and since we're talking about 7 Lives talisman, it's pretty likely that he would use talismans to trade, right?" Aside from that, little friend Song Shuhang also helped him with the matter of the natives on the island. He mentioned that he would give Shuhang a gift for that too. As for magical treasures, Shuhang has a pendant that can allow him to increase his speed, an ancient bronze ring with some good effects, and a treasure saber. Right, not too long ago, he managed to lead a branch leader of the Limitless Demon sect toward us. Later, we captured him and left him to fellow Daoist 7. 7 took several magical treasures from the body of that branch leader and gave them to Song Shuhang. From what I remember, there was a small flying sword, a flight-type magical treasure, and a few spirit stones of different ranks. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, "I unexpectedly forgot about fellow Daoist 7 Lives talisman." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "I remember that he obtained that crystal when fellow Daoist 7 destroyed the Moon Saber sect." TSK, TSK. All the other fellow Daoists were speechless. In other words, little friend Song Shuhang didn't need talismans, magical treasures, flying swords, and flying sabers either. In the end, was he even lacking something? For some reason, they didn't know where to start to deal with this situation. They felt that little friend Song Shuhang would turn from an air gun into a cannon after entering the second stage. If that's the case, I can only think of medicinal pills. After all, they're something everyone can use. Since he just entered the second stage, he would need a large number of medicinal pills to recover true Qi and strengthen his cultivation base. Cave Lord Snow Wolf said. After he finished speaking, everyone turned their heads toward Venerable White. Venerable White hadn't already prepared the medicinal pills that Song Shuhang would need while in the second stage realm, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, The Emerald Green Kasaya. Chapter 398, The Emerald Green Kasaya. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. As soon as the words Song Shuhang and medicinal pills were brought up, the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group immediately thought of Medicine Master. However, Medicine Master was unaware that Song Shuhang had advanced to the second stage, and it was hence impossible that he had prepared medicinal pills of the second stage rank for him. Moreover, he was one of the people that had guided Song Shuhang back then and rewarded him with the basic Buddhist fist technique and the true self-meditation scripture. He didn't really need to give him another gift. Venerable White remembered that Song Shuhang had been practicing the fire-controlling art for a while. After breaking Shuhang's 3 stars fire-controlling fan, Senior White decided to teach him the fire-controlling art so that he could refine Qi and blood pills. But Song Shuhang had yet to learn how to refine Qi and blood pills when he reached the second stage realm already. Up until now, Song Shuhang only knew how to prepare the body-tempering liquid. Venerable White pondered for a moment and said, "Medicinal pills are fine." The seniors of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They finally found something that Song Shuhang needed. Otherwise, they would have had no other choice but to give him spirit stones as a gift, which would be rather embarrassing. In that case, it's settled. We'll gift him medicinal pills. Now then, which medicinal pill can let a cultivator have twice the result with half the effort while in the second stage realm? Which sect has good medicinal pills? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple replied, "Little friend Song Shuhang just advanced to the second stage realm. Therefore, it's better if he uses medicinal pills that are not too violent or strong. I recommend the medicinal pills produced by the Starry Pavilion. Their Starry True Qi refining pills are quite good. The newly promoted disciples of the second stage of my sect also use those medicinal pills. Moreover, the Starry Pavilion is continuously improving these medicinal pills, and their Starry True Qi refining pill has already reached the 6S edition. There are 30 pills in one bottle, and 1 pill per day is more than enough to practice. I can provide him with 6 bottles that should last him for around 6 months. True Monarch Yellow Mountain nodded and said, the Starry True Chi Refining Pill 6S edition isn't bad. Next, we need medicinal pills that can help him recover true chi in the midst of a battle. Which sect has good medicinal pills of this type? Northern River's Loose Cultivator replied, I know about a good medicinal powder with that effect, the Snow Lake True Chi powder of the Snow Lake sect. After taking this medicinal powder, the user would feel a chill and recover a great amount of true chi at the same time. Moreover, it has next to no side effects. It can be taken at intervals of half an hour, which is very short. The only downside is that it has to be mixed with water before the use, and it's not too convenient to drink it in the middle of the battle. The Snow Lake True Chi powder has also been improved and should be already at the 7th edition. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber evilly smiled and said, that isn't really a problem. If it's not convenient to drink it during the battle, one can directly hold it in the mouth and swallow it when they're short of true chi. This is the method I used back in the days. In that case, we can just give little friend Song Shuhang a dual-type medicine to recover true chi. One in the form of powder, the Snow Lake True Chi Powder 7th edition, and the other in the form of a pill. With that, he can prepare for all eventualities, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said with a smile. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber clapped his hands and said, then, I'll recommend a medicine with the opposite nature of that of Northern Rivers, the Volcano Pill of the Raging Fire sect. After swallowing this pill, one would feel as though they had eaten hot chili sauce, feeling a raging fire inside their body. The quantity of true chi recovered is also quite good. It's something worth trying. Good. So, 6 bottles of both Snow Lake True Chi Powder 7th edition and Volcano pills. True Monarch Yellow Mountain noted down. Finally, some medicine to treat critical wounds. Any recommendations for that? Cave Lord Snow Wolf waved his hand and said, for external injuries, our Snow Wolf Cave has the tiger bone and bear gall paste. Its effects are pretty good. I can give little friend Song Shuhang 10 packages, and if he likes it, he's welcome to buy it the next time. Our version was also improved and is now at the A8 edition. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple faintly smiled and said, such being the case, I'll also recommend the homemade medicine of our Ancient Lake Temple. Our temple is a Daoist sect of the righteous path, and the gentle Dao pill we produce is a mild-tempered medicinal liquid with almost no side effects. It has currently reached the 5th star edition, and its effects are excellent. There are 20 pills per bottle, and I also can give little friend Shuhang 10 bottles. Good. 10 packages of tiger bone and bear gall paste A8 and 10 bottles of gentle Dao pill 5th star edition. True Monarch Yellow Mountain noted down. All these medicines were enough to last for around half a year. After half a year, Song Shuhang would have to rely on his own strength to obtain other cultivation resources or medicinal pills. These medicinal pills are enough for completing the task of receiving Senior White. True Monarch Yellow Mountain smiled, satisfied. Actually, the value of these medicinal pills had long exceeded the worth of the gift Yellow Mountain estimated earlier. Even core disciples of big sects would receive only a pill per month of something as precious as the Starry True Chi Refining Pill 6S. If they wanted more, they had to complete missions on behalf of the sect or search for natural resources on their own. Now, Song Shuhang managed to obtain 6 bottles in one go, which would last for half a year even if he used 1 pill per day. The value of the other medicines wasn't below that of the Starry True Chi Refining Pill 6S. Since Song Shuhang seemed to lack nothing, the members of the group subconsciously raised the number of rewards. After all, if they were to give him a small reward, it would feel as though they were being cheap. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Finally, I have to reward little friend Shuhang for taking care of Dudu for so long, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said as he gently patted Dudu's head. Dudu opened his mouth and bit Yellow Mountain's wrist. Dudu, let go. Even if I'm a 6th stage True Monarch, these bites of yours are rather painful, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said calmly. Woo woo woo. Dudu bit even harder. True Monarch Yellow Mountain used his other hand to pat Dudu's head. I really don't know what to do with you. always acting like a spoiled brat. Woo woo woo. Dudu rolled his eyes. Spoiled brat your sister. If I could open my mouth and sing the song of the stupid Yellow Mountain, I would make you go crazy. Damn it. Wait until I can speak again, I'll make a recording of the song of the stupid Yellow Mountain. Afterward, if Yellow Mountain dares to mute me again, I'll simply play the recorded version. Northern River's loose cultivator heartily laughed and said, True Monarch, have you already thought of a good gift? Now that even medicine pills were taken care of, what was Yellow Mountain going to gift to Song Shuhang? I already have an idea as to what to gift him, True Monarch, Yellow Mountain said calmly. I was thinking of gifting him body-protecting clothes. For cultivators, magical treasures, magical clothes, and flying swords, or other weapons, were the three most important things. Song Shuhang already had magical treasures and flying swords, but it seemed he lacked magical clothes. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was truly shrewd. Earlier, he didn't mention magical clothes on purpose. All the fellow Taoists turned their heads around and asked Venerable White, Senior White, does little friend Song Shuhang have magical robes or the likes? Venerable White pondered for a moment and finally shook his head. It seemed Shuhang didn't have magical clothes. Northern River's loose cultivator continued and asked, True Monarch, have you already found suitable clothes? True Monarch Yellow Mountain nodded and said, Yes, I have a set of pretty good magical clothes in mind. Originally, I was uncertain whether to gift him magical clothes or a magical staff. But after knowing that he already had a flying sword and a flying saber, I can only gift him magical clothes. The picture of a beautiful emerald green kasaya resurfaced in his mind. It was a defensive kasaya of the second stage rank manufactured with the emerald green silk of a spirit beast. It was waterproof, fireproof, and arms-proof. After putting it on, even without activating its defensive powers, it could block the bullets of small firearms. If you were to activate its defense, even a rain of bullets wouldn't pose a problem. It was a very suitable equipment for Song Shuhang. True Monarch Yellow Mountain clapped his hands and said, It's settled then. Everyone has half a day to gather the necessary medicinal pills. Afterward, I'll send someone to pick them up and send them here together with the tractors for the competition and the kasaya. The members of the group took out their phones one after another and called their disciples or other members of the sect. If they had medicinal pills, they would bring them out. If they didn't, they would buy them. Venerable White rested his chin in his hand as he looked at his busy fellow Taoists. Senior White was somewhat worried. All that had to be gifted was now gifted. If he wanted to gift something to Shuhang, what could he gift him? Weapons, treasures, clothes, medicines, cultivation and movement techniques, practicing inside a secret realm. Aside from all that, what else was there to gift? A partner, money, and an immortal cave. Was it possible that he had to find Song Shuhang a girlfriend or gift him an immortal cave where he could practice? But finding a girlfriend wasn't easy, let alone an immortal cave where he could practice. Song Shuhang's strength was still low, he couldn't protect the immortal cave even if he obtained one. If he weren't to keep his eyes open and someone were to snatch it, it may give rise to unnecessary problems. Whatever, it was better to let things run their course. He would surely find something to gift him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, Song Shuhang had encountered some problems on his way back to the grievance settling platform. A guy wearing a black Daoist robe and a body full of needles was blocking his road. How come I chanced upon a sea urchin warrior even though I already left the territory of the Chu family? Boy, I can sense the blood of my brothers on your body. You killed my companions, right? The spiky guy coldly gazed at Song Shuhang and said, You're dead. You don't have any way out now, you can only die. Song Shuhang. From the looks of it, it seemed that this sea urchin warrior had followed the mark of the urchin slayer on his body to find him. HMPH. All the people that have been soaked with the blood of a sea urchin warrior are enemies of our sea urchin race. Fleeing is useless. No matter where you go, we'll still find you and kill you. Not only you, even your family members and the people related to you will be implicated. They'll also die in the hands of the sea urchin warriors, the sea urchin warrior said in a grave tone, his expression ruthless. Although it seemed he was mourning the loss of his companions, the sea urchin warrior was actually reciting these lines from memory. These lines were taken from the manual of the sea urchin warrior. After reciting from memory the long line, the sea urchin warrior gasped for breath and continued, "But if you obediently let me." Song Shuhang suddenly shouted, "But if you obediently let me cut your head off, we sea urchin warriors will forgive your family members." The sea urchin warrior was shocked. "You actually stole my lines. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 399, Sea Urchin Warriors 20 Years of Mandatory Education Manual. Chapter 399, Sea Urchin Warriors 20 Years of Mandatory Education Manual. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. It was quite strange though. The sea urchin before Song Shuhang's eyes had a cold expression on his face and seemed extremely aggrieved and angry while speaking. But after only a glance, Song Shuhang could tell that he was reciting from memory. It was a conclusion he had reached by relying on his rich life experiences. Song Shuhang felt that he might have met someone in his forgotten memories that was acting like this, reading in all seriousness a pre-prepared draft or simply reciting lines from memory. Therefore, he was able to make the current judgment based on the knowledge acquired back then. You actually stole my lines. You damned sissy, the sea urchin warrior bellowed. When one was reciting from memory and was suddenly interrupted, they would sometimes forget what they were saying, and that was what happened to this sea urchin warrior. As for that sissy, it was because Song Shuhang still had Choo Choo's voice. After forgetting his lines, the sea urchin warrior became angry out of shame. He loudly shouted and extracted 2 needles from his waist area, charging toward Song Shuhang. He grabbed the needles tightly and thrust them forward, toward Shuhang. "You damned human! I'm the powerful poisonous urchin warrior of the sea urchin race, you're dead meat." Song Shuhang lifted the treasured saber Broken Tyrant and used a basic saber technique to ward off the attack, using the sharp blade of the saber to cut off the needles in the hands of the sea urchin warrior. Luckily, the opposite party reminded Song Shuhang that he was a poisonous sea urchin. Otherwise, he might have just punched him. The sea urchin warrior in front of Song Shuhang was in the first stage realm and had at most opened his nose aperture. He was much weaker than Shuhang. When the needles were cut off, the sea urchin warrior didn't panic. He knew that his black needles weren't particularly resistant. Moreover, he never relied on them in fights. His main method to kill enemies was poison. As long as he could injure his enemy and leave as much as a scratch on their body, it would be his victory. He had a lot of confidence in his deadly poison, and at this time, he was already in range. Round dance chop. The sea urchin started to rotate and changed into a ball, rolling toward Song Shuhang. It seemed that all sea urchins really liked this move. Regardless of their cultivation level, they liked to turn into a ball and roll. Song Shuhang had already experienced this move in the Chu family earlier. He knew that sea urchin warriors were very dangerous while using this technique. As if that wasn't enough, the needles on their bodies would quickly regrow even if they were cut off. Unlike Softfeather, Song Shuhang didn't have a powerful armor to protect him. Therefore, he couldn't possibly face this move head-on. However, the move was lacking in some areas. For example, the sea urchin warrior wouldn't have a good field of vision while using the move, and there were many blind spots that one could take advantage of. Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk and appeared to sluggishly take a few steps back, but in truth, he instantly retreated 20 meters back. This distance was more than enough. In the next moment, Shuhang slightly spun his wrist, and the picture of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's saber intent appeared in his mind. Flaming saber technique! Blazing flames started to burn on Broken Tyrant. Go! A crescent-shaped flaming saber chi slashed toward the sea urchin warrior. Although he didn't remember it, on the mysterious island, Song Shuhang was able to blow off the head of a huge eagle even though the flaming saber was in the shape of small flame tongues. The strength of this sea urchin's body couldn't be compared to that of the huge eagle back then. The flaming saber chi hit the body of the sea urchin warrior, cutting through it like a knife cutting through butter. The spiky ball was divided into two halves. The upper and lower parts of the sea urchin's body rotated and flew about, finally falling to the ground with a thump. He was cut in half at the waist area. The black needles on his body got completely melted by the flaming saber chi. The sea urchin warrior was dumbfounded, as though he had yet to realize that he had been cut in half. In the next moment, he clenched his teeth and bellowed, You are dead. You unexpectedly dared to kill another sea urchin warrior? Since he was a human-monster hybrid with a cultivation of the first stage, the sea urchin warrior didn't immediately die after getting cut in half. Thereupon, he stretched out his hand and pointed his finger at Song Shuhang while bellowing. For some reason, it felt as though he was reciting from memory this part too. Unfortunately, he forgot his lines halfway through his speech. Although he thoroughly studied these lines earlier, now that he was about to die, his mind was completely blank and he couldn't think of anything. Therefore, the sea urchin warrior stretched out his shivering hand and took out a booklet from his robe. He flipped through the pages of the booklet until reaching the one he was looking for. Then, he looked at Song Shuhang again and said in a hateful tone, You killed 2 sea urchin warriors, your family, your friends, will all suffer due to the anger of the sea urchin warriors. Remember my name. I'm the glorious poisonous urchin warrior Sui Qianjun. This name will appear in the nightmares you'll have every night, Wahahaha, Jahahaha. Even that final laughter seemed to be something he read from the booklet. After laughing, this special type of sea urchin, the poisonous urchin warrior Sui Qianjun, tilted his head and died. Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the next moment, after making sure that the poisonous urchin warrior was really dead and his aura had dissipated, Song Shuhang cautiously approached him. Since the enemy was poisonous, he didn't dare to be careless and used the tip of the saber to poke him. After poking it for a while, 2 ugly small stones dropped from the body of the poisonous urchin warrior. These 2 small stones seemed to contain a certain amount of spiritual energy and made one feel comfortable just by looking at them. Song Shuhang tore off part of his clothes and used them to wrap the 2 small stones, putting them in his pocket. Next, his vision fell on the booklet in Sui Qianjuan's hands. Song Shuhang could unexpectedly read and understand the characters written on the booklet. Sea Urchin Warriors 20 Years of Mandatory Education Manual, Volume 1 Part 1. This booklet wasn't written in the language of the monster race. It used 2 rows of characters, one in simplified Chinese and the other in traditional Chinese. It was very easy to understand. It seemed that their innate ability to leave on others the mark of the sea urchin slayer wasn't the only thing they had. This race was rather up to date. When he died, Sui Qianjun was on the page introducing the rules the sea urchin warriors had to follow. On a side, there was a row of handwritten characters, You're dead. You unexpectedly dared to kill another sea urchin warrior? Short pause. Remember my name, I'm the glorious poisonous urchin warrior Sui Qianjun. This name will appear in the nightmares you'll have every night. Note, remember to laugh at this point, ah ha ha ha, ah ha ha. Song Shuhang. What a fearful enemy. Song Shuhang flipped through the sea urchin warriors 20 Years of Mandatory Education Manual. The majority of the booklet was about the rules sea urchin warriors had to follow and contained all sorts of morning dialogues. Amongst these morning dialogues were often sentences such as, We'll kill your family, we'll kill your friends and relatives, kill yourself and apologize. Song Shuhang. What a fearful race. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After flipping through the booklet for a while, Song Shuhang reached the end and saw something that piqued his interest. Detailed explanation of the sea urchin warrior's aura concealing technique. An aura concealing technique. Speaking of which, when the poisonous urchin Sui Qianjun made his appearance, Song Shuhang was able to notice his presence only when he was 10 meters away from him, and he was only a cultivator of the first stage realm. Shuhang had already reached the state where he had his mental energy detection always active. Even though he was one realm higher than the enemy and had the detection of his mental energy active, he was able to sense him only when he was in a range of 10 meters. Was this due to the sea urchin warrior's aura concealing technique? Thereupon, Song Shuhang curiously flipped through the technique, starting to examine it. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang quickly read the content of 3 pages and sighed with emotion. This technique to conceal one's aura is rather interesting. Sea urchin warriors had an innate camouflage ability, just like chameleons. And by relying on their camouflage ability, they developed a unique aura concealing technique that belonged solely to their race. After using the technique, their mental energy, qi and blood power, and true qi would be completely concealed. Afterward, they would use the hypnotic effect of their mental energy, I'm only a sea urchin, I'm only a sea urchin, and camouflage as ordinary sea urchins. After concealing their aura, sea urchin warriors would blend with nature and completely disappear from the radar of cultivators of the same rank, becoming very difficult to find. Even if the other party was far stronger than them, they would only see them as ordinary sea urchins under the induction of their mental energy. The effects of this aura concealing technique were better than ordinary aura concealing techniques. Luckily, the poisonous urchin warrior Sui Qianjun didn't train this technique to perfection, otherwise, even if he were to get into a range of 10 meters from Shu Hang, he would only think that an ordinary sea urchin was approaching him. Eh? Wait. There is something wrong with this situation. If he were to notice that a sea urchin was approaching him, he would get somewhat vigilant, right? Let's think about it. If a sea urchin were to get out of a nearby grove and approach you, you would find the scene rather strange, wouldn't you? After all, it's not like they were in the middle of the ocean. This aura concealing technique was good only if used in the middle of the water. This sea urchin warrior's aura concealing technique doesn't seem too difficult to use. Although it seems to require a high control of mental energy, I have the true self-meditation scripture, and I can be ranked in the upper middle tier amongst cultivators of the same realm in regards to mental energy control. The mental energy requirements shouldn't be a problem. The only problem is that I don't have an innate camouflage ability like sea urchin warriors. Song Shuhang said. It was very unfortunate. It was a rather good aura concealing technique, and he just happened to lack one. Forget it. I'll ask the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group whether there are some missions for me to complete. After all, I've reached the 2nd stage realm now, and I should be able to complete some. After completing the missions, he was planning to ask for an aura concealing technique as a reward tilde. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. Next, he grasped the brooch on his chest, the same brooch that gave birth to all those embarrassing memories earlier. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400, If I Were to Turn Into a... No, wait! Chapter 400, If I Were to Turn Into a... No, wait! Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang's imagination started to run wild. What would happen if he were to use the shape-shifting brooch together with the sea urchin warrior's aura concealing technique? Perhaps he could complete the technique and make it work? Should I give it a try? It's not like I have anything to lose. Aura concealing techniques were different from cultivation techniques, and one wouldn't suffer from negative effects if he were to misuse them. After thinking this much, Song Shuhang decided to give it a try. He operated his mental energy according to the instructions of the sea urchin warrior's aura concealing technique and restrained his true qi. The final step consisted in using the innate camouflage ability of sea urchin warriors to complete the process. Therefore, Song Shuhang thought of completing this step by relying on the shape-shifting brooch. But just as he was about to complete the final step, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. Eh? Wait a moment. Wouldn't it be a little stupid to turn into a sea urchin? After all, I'm not in the middle of the ocean, and changing into a sea urchin would look rather strange. Since I'm on land, instead of a sea urchin, I might as well turn into a caterpillar or something of the sort. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, strange changes took place. Eh? Wait a moment. It was just a random thought. I don't really want to turn into a caterpillar. I want to turn into a butterfly. Well, if that's too much, I can settle for a chicken. Even changing into Dudu is better than turning into a caterpillar. But it was too late. The sea urchin warrior's aura concealing technique, Song Shuhang edition, activated. In the next moment, Song Shuhang turned into an ugly caterpillar. Naturally, this was just an illusion. His real body didn't change in the slightest. He just appeared as a caterpillar in the eyes of others. When the altered version of the sea urchin warrior's aura concealing technique was activated, Song Shuhang's aura disappeared, and all his true qi was firmly locked inside his dantian, not leaking out in the slightest. Now then, in which form would he appear if someone else were to sweep him with their mental energy? In the shape of a caterpillar, or in that of a sea urchin? Did I succeed for real? Song Shuhang forced a smile. I can't waste time. I need to quickly change back. Moreover, I wonder if the battle on the grievance settling platform has come to an end. It would be rather troublesome if Senior White and the others had already left, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as he was about to remove his camouflage, several figures quickly closed in from a distant place. Under the detection of his mental energy, he discovered that 6 sea urchins were quickly bouncing toward his position. More sea urchin warriors are coming over here? Did they come here by following the mark of the urchin slayer? Just as he was in deep thoughts, the 6 sea urchin warriors arrived at the site where the battle took place. They were all in the second stage realm, and the level of their true qi seemed higher than Shuhang's by a notch. Very soon, they saw their dead companion, the poisonous urchin warrior Sui Qianjun. Damn it! One of our companions was killed, a stout sea urchin warrior said as he clenched his teeth. Another sea urchin warrior approached Sui Qianjun's corpse and examined it. Afterward, he said in a grave tone, his blood is still hot, the murderer can't be too far. Find him through the mark of vengeance. We must tear him to shreds. As soon as the word of vengeance was brought up, the remaining sea urchin warriors roared like wild beasts, their eyes bloodshot. To them, vengeance was one of the most important things in life. It was something engraved in the depths of their souls, revenge, revenge. When in vengeance mode, sea urchin warriors would lose their mind. No matter how strong the enemy was, as long as they induced the mark of vengeance, they wouldn't be afraid and would immediately enter into action. It was quite the miracle that a race like theirs had managed to survive up until now. Song Shuhang quietly retreated inside the nearby grove. This mark of vengeance they mentioned earlier should be the mark of the sea urchin slayer, right? It just happened that he had a similar mark on his body. If those 6 sea urchin warriors of the second stage were to discover him, it wouldn't be wise to fight them head-on. Therefore, he had to quickly run toward the grievance settling platform. With his virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, he should be able to put some distance between these sea urchin warriors and himself. As long as he could reach the grievance settling platform, and the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group were still there, Song Shuhang had nothing to fear. I've induced the mark, said one of the sea urchin warriors in a grave tone. All the sea urchin warriors looked toward the grove. Then, they saw a small and adorable caterpillar quickly crawling toward the depths of the grove. A caterpillar? It seems that the caterpillar was soaked by mistake in the blood of our dead companion. Something of the sort happens in the sea too. The fresh blood that spurts out of our brave sea urchin warriors at the point of death carries the mark of vengeance. Sometimes, aside from soaking the murderer, it also soaks small fishes that are merely passing by. The stout sea urchin warrior continued, damn it, it seems that the real culprit already got away. They shouldn't have gone too far. I'll try to expand the induction range of the mark. Found it! Someone carrying the mark of vengeance is flying in the sky and heading toward the illusory sword school, the sea urchin specialized in sensing things shouted. If they're flying in the sky, they should be a cultivator of the 4th stage, right? Moreover, they're heading toward the illusory sword school. HMPH, they're bringing about their own destruction, the stout sea urchin warrior said coldly. Let's return to the illusory sword school. After our brave sea urchin warriors are done massacring the illusory sword school and collecting enough true blood, we'll kill this person that dared to kill our companion, too. After saying this much, the stout sea urchin warrior took the lead and headed toward the illusory sword school. Amongst the remaining 5, followed suit and left. Song Shuhang looked at the sea urchin warriors that were disappearing in the distance and furrowed his brows. They want to kill the cultivators of the illusory sword school. Aren't the cultivators of the illusory sword school allied with these sea urchin warriors? At first, Song Shuhang thought that the illusory sword school had drawn out the Chu family with the excuse of the grievance settling platform. That way, the sea urchin warriors and that mister could easily sneak inside the Chu family and do their thing. At the time, he thought that the two sides were allied. But now, the sea urchin warriors wanted to kill the people of the illusory sword school. Does it mean that they weren't allied? Or is there some sort of internal strife? In any case, I must first return to the grievance settling platform and converge with Senior White and the others, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, while the other sea urchin warriors left, the last one moved toward Song Shuhang with large strides. HMPH. Even if you're a caterpillar that got carelessly soaked in the blood of our companion, as long as you have the mark of vengeance on your body, you're not allowed to continue living in this world, the sea urchin warrior said with a fierce look on his face. Therefore, accept the punishment of us sea urchin warriors. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being an ordinary caterpillar that got soaked in the blood of our companion. Being weak is also a sin. After saying these pre-prepared lines, the sea urchin warrior squatted in front of Song Shuhang and stretched his hand, trying to crush Song Shuhang's toe with his finger. The illusory art was active, and what looked like to be a caterpillar was in truth Song Shuhang's toe. Anyway, how cruel! They didn't want to let off even a small and adorable caterpillar. Poke! Poke to death! The finger of the sea urchin warrior ruthlessly poked Song Shuhang's toe, making his toe hurt a little. Eh? Strange, something feels off. The sea urchin warrior was confused. What he was poking didn't feel like a caterpillar at all. Ah! Strange, my head hurts a lot. It feels as though a hot liquid is flowing out of my head. I feel dizzy. Eh? I don't only feel dizzy, even the world before my eyes is going black. Strange, just what's happening? Just in this fashion, this sea urchin warrior that was poking the caterpillar fell to the ground, very dead. Song Shuhang. Congratulations! After you obtained the title of Sea Urchin Slayer 3 times, it evolved into a new title. You're now a heroic Sea Urchin Slayer. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the sky, toward the direction of the illusory sword school. After getting away from the grievance settling platform, the two spiritual emperors that were previously helping the illusory sword school heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that those powerful cultivators that had descended from the sky in the form of meteors didn't want to pick a fight with them. No one was chasing or trying to kill them. Let's quickly leave this hornet's nest, the middle-aged spiritual emperor said in a grave tone. The white-haired but healthy spiritual emperor heaved a sigh and said, "At first, I was just planning to return a Mr. that favor and earn some spirit stones while at it. I didn't expect that the situation would turn out to be this troublesome. Under these circumstances, the favor we owed to Mr. probably became even bigger. We'll return the favor at the next opportunity. We cannot be blamed for what happened this time," the middle-aged spiritual emperor said. The white-haired but healthy spiritual emperor agreed, "This is also true. We did our best, after all." The two of them looked at each other and sighed once more. Then, just as they were adjusting the direction of their flying swords and preparing to leave, a lazy voice transmitted from the place behind them. "Fellow Taoists, wait a moment." The two spiritual emperors turned their heads around and looked behind them. They saw a young man sitting cross-legged on a sword light, currently flying toward them. The man looked handsome and very elegant. At first glance, he seemed to be an elite disciple from a large sect, but those half-close and half-open sleepy eyes greatly weakened his elegant bearing. After seeing him, one would immediately think of the word lazy. He was giving off a lazy feeling from each cell of his body. As soon as they saw him, the two spiritual emperors quietly induced his realm. Fourth stage: innate realm. After inducing his realm, the two calmed down a bit. The middle-aged spiritual emperor took the lead and asked, "Fellow Daoist, is there something you need?" The lazy man yawned and stretched out his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of his eye. "Since I'm a bit tired, let's make it short." After saying this much, he stood up and continued, "Fellow Taoists, I ask you not to resist and let me beat you up, as well as to allow me to take a photo and post it on my public account. How does that sound?" The middle-aged spiritual emperor was speechless. The white-haired but healthy spiritual emperor was likewise speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.